Hi everyone, welcome to my channel. In this tutorial, we're going from a blank folder to building a fully functional production-ready e-commerce website. This isn't just a pretty site, it's a full-stack e-commerce powerhouse. The front end will be built with React and styled with Tailwind CSS. Database will be built and managed with MongoDB. The back end as well will be built with Express and Node.js, and we're also going to build the admin panel that can track live sales, manage inventory, and also track order in real time. Also, we're going to power the payment with Stripe, and we're going to be using these tests for Stripe. This is a step-by-step tutorial and a complete roadmap to building and learning to build with Menstack and powering a site with Stripe Payments Gateway. So let me walk you through what we're going to be building exactly. This is what the front end looks like. This is what every user is going to see on the front end. And this is the admin panel right here. Let's start with the front end. So for the front end, we'll start by building our navigation bar, which is going to be fixed by the way, and is going to be present in all pages. So this is what the navigation bar looks like. Cute, right? I know. For this navigation bar, we're going to have links, and these links is going to lead us to different collection pages. We're also going to build the drop-down lists for our login, sign up, orders, and logouts, and also our cart icon. Now let us visit any of this link. If I click on this link right here, it's going to lead me to the main category. For this category, you're going to see all products that has the same category with this title. If I click on this link, it's going to lead me to the women section, and you're going to see all products that has the same category with this. And if I click on kids category as well, you're going to see all products that matches with that same category. Back to our home page, we're going to continue this by building a very stunning hero section, and this hero section looks very good. We'll have the top and bottom. At the top on the left, you're going to have all of this text and this button, and on the right, you're going to have an image. Then at the bottom, you're going to have all of this right here at the bottom. Next, we're going to build our collection section. The collection section will be filled with all the products that we have. But for this collection section, we're only displaying 8 of the products that we have. Every other product will be in the section page. Now we have these products here. If you hover on this, you're going to get 2 icons. If I click on this eye icon, it's going to lead me to the product details page, which is the details about this particular product. In the URL, you're going to see the product ID as well. Now for the product details page, you can toggle between any of the images, and then you can see what each of the images look like. This is the actual image here. So this is more like the main image. You're going to see the title of the image, you see the category where the product falls in, you see the price of that item, you know whether it's in stock, you see description about it, then you can select size and also size guide. Now you can now add to bag, right? Also, we have the description and the highlights of that particular product. And at the bottom, you're going to see 4 products that are in the same category with the actual product that you viewed the product details. So this is what our product details page is going to look like. And then you can now place an order after selecting size of product. Now let's test something. So I'll go back to the home page. I'm currently logged in on this page. So I'm just going to log out and then we're going to restart. I've logged in with this email here. So I'm just going to create a new account right here. So I'm going to use Sharon Jude, and then the email. The email will be Sharon Jude. I'm just using a test email at gmail.com. Then I'll use this name here as the password. Now if I click on join style wave, you can see an account has been created and the user has been logged in. Okay, you get a toast notification right here that an account has been created. For every user that have an account, they will be able to place an order on this site. That is how it is built. Now, let's go place an order. So let's say I want to select this product. I'm viewing this product right here. It has just 1 image. We can have 3 other images, right? And then I'm going to just click on add to carts. You're going to get a notification here, select product size to continue. That means that a product size has to be selected before any order can be made. So I'm just going to pick the medium size. I click on add to carts. You get a notification here, product added to carts successfully. And then we can now continue. If I click on this cart icon, it's going to lead me to the carts page, and you're going to see it right here in the URL. Now we're on the carts page. For the carts page, you're going to see the image of the product that's been added to cart, the title of that product, the price, the size that the user has chosen, the quantity, and the icon to delete that particular product from the cart. So now I'm going to increase the quantity, and you can see it's going to reflect right here in our order summary. Okay, so here the subtotal is 46. 46 because the actual price is 23 and the quantity is 2. If you multiply 23 by 2, that gives us 46. The shipping fee for this particular website is $12. It's been set like that, and the total cost will amount to $58. Now, if the user hits proceed to cart, it's going to lead them to the place order page, which is where they're going to fill their details, the shipping address, and also the payment method. So let's say I want to use Stripe or cash on delivery. I'm going to use Stripe first off, then I'm going to fill the details here. So here, the name, Sharon, the last name, Jude, email address, Sharon, Jude at gmail.com. Then the street address, I'm just going to use the zip code. These are just dummy, and then I'll just use this phone number here. This is just a dummy phone number as well. And now we're going to place our order. So once this is clicked on, it's going to lead us to the Stripe session payments page. Now on this Stripe session payments page, you can see right here, this is testing, right? The price is $58. This is the name of the product, kids casual fashion hoodie. The quantity is 2, and then the price is $46. For each of them, you can see right here is $23. Delivery charge is $12. So this is working perfectly well. Then you can now enter the email, sharonjude@gmail.com. We're going to be using card, and now for card, it's asking us for card information. To get card information, all you just need to do is go to docs.stripe.com/testing, and when you're in testing, just scroll down to simulate a payment by country. So we want to make payment by country. I'm just going to click on United States, come back here, and then paste this card information, then use a dummy month. So let's say we're using second, and use 2028, CVV 123. The full name would be Sharon Jude. It's just a test, and then select your country and then hit pay. Once the payment is successful, you can see right here it's processing. Once the payment is successful, it will automatically give the info right here. You're going to get a toast notification, and also it will lead you to the orders page. Now on the orders page, you're going to see all the product that has been ordered, and if you go back to cart page, there would be nothing in the cart. But if you if you click on the orders page, you're going to see that product right here that has been ordered, right? I'm going to place an order once more. So let's say I want to order this product XXL, the size. I placed that order already. Now I want to increase the quantity to 4. The price as reflected is $20 for 1. The quantity is 4, so that gives us $80 total. Shipping fee 12. Proceed to checkout. I'm going to be using cash on delivery. Now, full name Sharon Cole or Sharon Jude. Email Sharon Jude. This is the address. I'm just going to fill in dummy address here. Country Nigeria. Then I'll just use a dummy phone number, and I'll click on place order, and you'll see that it will lead you directly to the order page. And you can see right here that we have 2 items in the order. Now, if we go to the admin page and I refresh on this page, you can see right here that it has reflected in our total revenue. The number of products that we have stored is 15, and the total orders is 5. It's 5 because while testing, I already made 3 different tests for 3 orders. So those are the first 3 that you can see right here, and this is the last 2 that I just did here. Now we'll head over to the orders page. Now in the orders page, you're going to see Sharon Jude, the date when the order was placed, the name of the item, the size, the address, the payment method, the price, and then status updates here. So if on the front end, let's say the user wants to track their order, if they click on this icon now, they will be able to track order. Now, once the admin packs, let's say the order has been packed now, you can I'm going to track order for both, track order. So if the status of the order changes, let's say it's out for delivery, the user is going to see it at their own front end that is out for delivery. You can see right here, out for delivery. Now, if this here is, let's say, shipped, and the user tracks the order, you're going to see the status is going to change to shipped. If I change the status once more to delivered, and the user clicks on this, you're going to see that it's updating in real time. Okay, it's updating in real time. So for delivered products, this is the color that would be displayed, right? So this is what the orders page look like. Now let me walk you through the admin panel itself. Now for this admin panel, it's going to start with this admin panel page. Now the email and password is already stored already. You're going to see it in the tutorial. So all the admin needs to do is to sign in, and the first page they are going to see is this right here. Okay, now we have the total revenue, total inventory, and then recent activity here. Now the admin can add an item to product. You can just click on upload here, upload up to 4 different images. Okay, so let's say I want to post this now. Then I put kids wear. Then the description is just going to be a very short description, kids wear description. And you select the category kids, the price, I'm going to set it to 16, and all the available sizes. All sizes can be available, and you can also have just 3 to 4 sizes available. Okay, and then I click on add product. We're going to get a toast notification that will display that the product has been added successfully. Now, if you check list item, you're going to see that item right here, this kidswear. Okay, this is the major product that I just added now. The category is there, the price is there, and the icon here to delete. Okay, this has been added now. Now let me head back to the front page. I'm going to refresh. Now if I click on kids section, I'm going to see that product that I just added. This product here, kidswear, $16. You can see it right here, kidswear, the price is here. Okay, if I click on the name of that product, it will lead me to the details of the product. All the sizes available will also be there. This is the description, this is the add to cart, and you can see that this is working perfectly well. Now if I want to delete this item from the page, all I need to do is hit this button and the product will be removed automatically. Now if I go back to kids section and it's been refreshed, you're going to see that that product has been deleted from what the user is going to see in the front end because it's no longer in our database. So basically, this is what we're going to be building in this tutorial. All right, so let's get started. So we're going to be using VS Code as our code editor for this project. Once you have opened your code editor, I'm using VS Code, so I'm just going to navigate to open folder. And on this open folder, I'm going to create my project folder. So I'm just going to create a new folder and then select the folder and open it in VS Code. So I want to create the folder in my document, so I'm just going to do that now. Then I'll click on new folder, and then I'm just going to name the folder. So I've created the folder now. I'm going to select folder and then open it in VS Code. So once you have your project folder created, you now need to create other folders in the actual project folder. So I'm going to create the first folder, front end, and then I'm going to create another folder for backend. Then lastly, I'll create another folder for the admin panel. Now we're going to be starting this project with front end. So right click on it and then click on open an integrated terminal. So in the integrated terminal, you're going to create React app in this front end. So I'm going to type in npm create vit at latest space full stop, then press enter. Ensure you're connected to the internet when you're doing this. So you'll be asked to install the following packages: create vit version 9.0.4, then you press enter, and then you'll be prompted to select a framework. I'm going to be using React. Then you select a variant. We're using JavaScript plus React compiler. And then you'll be asked if you want to install with npm or start now. So I'm just going to select no, and then we're going to do the manual process. So I'm going to type in npm install, press enter. So I've successfully installed the packages needed for this project, and now I'm just going to type in npm run dev to start the server, and then you'll be given a link so that you can view whatever you're building in your local host. So I'm just going to hover on this, and you can see right here, this is the default React app. Okay, so the counter button is working, everything is working. So now let's start the actual work. We need to start by cleaning up our entire code. So I'm going to delete app.css, and then everything we have in app.jsx, Ctrl A, press delete. Also everything we have in index.css, delete it all as well. And now for app.js, you're going to type in this RAFCE. Then you press enter. If this works, that means you have installed this extension EX7 plus React/Redux React Native extension. If it doesn't work, that means if you type in RAFCE and you press enter and it does not work, that means you have not installed this. So you need to install this extension right here. So just click on this extension icon, go to the search bar, and then type in ES7 plus, you're going to see it here, ES7 plus React/Redux/React Native snippets. Once you have installed that, now the only thing we should be seeing in our screen should be app. Okay, now we're going to be styling this project with Tailwind CSS, and also we're going to be displaying notification with React Justify. Also, we're going to have pages for this e-commerce project. That means we need to install, we also need icons as well. We're going to be using icons like cat icon, eye icon, details icon, etc. So that means we need to install React icon, we need to install React Justify, we need to install React Router DOM so that we can navigate between pages, and we also need to install Tailwind CSS so that we can style with Tailwind CSS. So you head back to your browser and then you search tailwindcss.com. Then on another browser, type in React icons, and also we need to install React Router DOM, the npm package, and we need to install React Justify for toast notification. So we'll start with Tailwind CSS. So once you're on the official website, this is what you should be seeing, and then you click on docs, the documentation. We want to start installation. So there's a tab here for Vite. Okay, and you're going to follow this process to install Tailwind CSS. So the first step is to create your project, which we've already done, and the next step is the actual installation. So the code in front of it is what we need. So we're going to copy this code right here and then paste it in our terminal. So right now our server is currently running, so I'm just going to stop it. So you click on this terminal and then you press Ctrl C. This is going to stop your terminal. This is going to stop the server from working. Now that we've stopped the server, I'm just going to paste what I copied earlier and then press enter. While this is installing, we'll go to the next step. So the next step is to configure the Vite plugin. Now we have vite.config.ts here, which TS stands for TypeScript. In our own case, we're using JavaScript. So wherever you see vite.config.js is what we actually need, not .ts. We're using JavaScript, not TypeScript. It's still going to work anyways. So I'm going to copy this line of code, the highlighted line of code. I'll copy it, and then I'm going to open vite.config.js, I mean. Then I'll paste what I just copied right here. Then copy this highlighted code as well, and then paste it after this bubble, comma, press enter, paste this. If you check this now, I did not copy this comma alongside with it, so please ensure you don't copy it as well so that you will not run into errors. So just copy the Tailwind CSS, open and close brackets, that's all. And then the next step now is to import Tailwind CSS. So we'll copy this code as well, this line of code, and then we'll paste it in our index.css, which is our global CSS. I'm going to copy this right here. Now the next step is to start our build process, which is to run npm run dev. We're not going to do that yet. And also we can start styling. So let us move into styling. So I'll open my app.jsx and then I'll delete this. So I'll type in h2. Let me just type in this. This is another reminder for you to subscribe to my channel if you haven't. Okay, so let's start this. Text to Excel. Text color, let's give it green. 600. Okay. Once we start our server, we're going to see what this looks like. But before that, we need to install other things. So we're done installing Tailwind CSS. Next is React icon. Now for this React icon right here, first you need to click on the first link, https://react-icon.github.io. Click on it, and then you're going to see several icons that you can make use of once you have installed the npm package. So let's say you want to use the cat icon. You're just going to type in cat icon, and then you can select from all this and then use it in your project. Well, that is not what we're doing right now. We want to install the npm package, so which leads us to this second link, https://www.npmjs.com. Then you click on React icons. That should lead you to this page. On this page is where you see the installation code on the right hand side. So just copy the installation code and then paste it on your terminal. While React icon is installing, we're also going to install React Router DOM. So React Router DOM basically helps us to navigate between pages. You're going to see that in action when we are building the actual e-commerce website. So let us copy the installation code and then paste it in our terminal. Next is React Hostify. We're also installing the npm package. Get the code and then paste it on the terminal. Okay, so if you check your package.json right here, in the dependencies, you should see what you have installed. Okay, I've installed Tailwind CSS, is right here. I've installed React Hostify, is right here. I've installed React Router DOM, is right here. And I've also installed React Icons, is right here. So you're going to see every dependencies that you have installed in the project if you check package.json. So we're done with installation now. So let's start our server. npm run dev. Then you press enter. And then you get the link to view your projects. Now you can see that the Tailwind CSS is working perfectly well. You can see that the color of this actually reflects. So the green color is reflecting here. So that means we're done with our installation and we can start building our project. This is the front end that we want to build, right? So from this front end here, we have several pages. We have the cards page, we have the login and sign up page. I'm currently logged in. Right, we have the cards page, we have nothing in this cards right here. We have the home page, we have the main collection page where you can see collections for men. We have the women collection, we have the kids category as well, right? So that means we have pages. We need to set up our router so that we can navigate between pages. So let's start with that. And the pages I'm talking about, we need to create them as well, right? So in our source folder in the front end, we're going to create a new folder. First folder will be for components. So we'll have the component folder, then another folder for pages folder, and another folder for context. We're going to come back to this context folder and you're going to understand what context is for actually. So let's start with the pages folder. The first page we're going to create here is the home page. So I'm just going to create homepage.jsx. Then to create React snippets, REFCE. Once you see this React arrow function export component, just press enter. Also, I'm going to create another page. I'm going to create the login page. So login.jsx, REFCE. I'm going to create another page as well, the product details page. So product.jsx, REFCE. We're going to create another page as well, which is the collection page, REFCE. And then I'll create another page for carts. So carts.jsx, REFCE. And then our place order page, REFCE as well. Then I'm going to create the order page, REFCE. We're going to have content in all of these pages. For now, we're just going to use React snippets. Okay. Now that we have all these pages, I'm going to open our app.jsx and then we're going to structure how we want the pages to come in. Also, we need to create components. So now we're going to create our components. So you might be wondering the difference between components and pages. So component basically are small reusable UI building blocks. Examples like navigation bar, footer, button, something that we can reuse in other places in our application. But pages are the actual layout and container that are usually unique to a URL. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. Now let me go back to this home page, right? This navigation bar right here is a component because we can see it in other pages. This is a cart page right here. You see that a page is unique to a URL. This is an home page. This is the URL, right? If I click on this now, if I want to view the product details, this is another URL right here. This is a product details page, right? Let's say I want to view this product. This is a page and it is unique to a URL. So that is what pages are. While components, they are small reusable UI building blocks. Our footer is a component. Our navigation bar is a component. Button can be a component, So let us continue. I hope you understand that. And let's create our component. So for the components in this full stack e-commerce website, we're going to have the navigation bar. That's GSX, REFC. Then we're going to have the footer, .gsx, REFC as well. Also, we're going to create our hero components. That would be in the home page. So hero.gsx, REFC. And then another component will be the navigation. Oh, I've created the navigation bar. So related products. So when we display product details page and then the details under it, the products that are related to the actual product that we're viewing the details. So the related products will be a component as well. And then I'm going to create the home collection components. So I've created all the files for components and pages, right? So we can now set up the router for our app.gsx. Now, for us to be able to navigate between pages in this project, we need to wrap our entire application with React Router so that we can navigate between pages. So where we have our application itself is in main.gsx. This is our app right here that is rendered here. That means we need to wrap it. So I'm going to delete this and then comment this out. Now for our application, we'll use browser router. Control X. I want to cut this so that I'll put app in between it. Now we need to import browser router from React router DOM. So now we've wrapped our application with browser router, right? So I'm going to close this now. In our app.gsx, we're going to start setting up the layouts of our application. So for the application, remember that we're using React Toastify to display toast notification. So we're going to first have toast container with your self-closing tag. And right here, I'm just going to import toast container from React Toastify. Okay. That is not going to the toast container is not going to display on the screen. It's just the toast notifications that we're displaying on the screen. Now let us set up what we want the application to look like. First, for our application, the first thing we're going to see is our navigation bar, which stays at the top of our page, and also our footer, which is at the bottom of the page, right? No matter the page you go to, be it the cart page, the navigation bar stays at the top and the footer stays at the bottom. Then every other pages or component would be in between. It will come after the navigation bar and before the footer. So right here, we're going to have nav bar and then footer. So I've mounted navigation bar and footer here. I need to import them as well. So I'm going to import nav bar from component. Our navigation bar is in the component folder slash navbar, right? We'll import footer as well. Footer from ./component slash footer. Okay, then we can now have the other pages, the other page in between. Now we'll set up our route so that we can navigate between pages. So we'll call routes with an S from React Router DOM. So I'm just going to import routes from from, sorry, it's not a folder, it's a package. So from React Router DOM. In between these routes, in between the closing and opening tag of the route, we're going to set each route without an S. We'll set the paths. So we'll start with the home page, which is going to take /. Okay. And then we'll have elements. Then we'll mount home page right here. So home, close it, then we'll close the routes. So routes here, add a comma, routes. Okay, so we have our home page. Then we're now going to set up the route for our login page. So here, routes, we'll set the paths slash login elements. We'll call the login page. Would mount the login page, I mean. So we need to import all this from pages slash home page. Okay, so this is home page, not just home. This is home page, yes. Okay, then we'll do the same thing for login. So instead of having to retype, I'm just going to paste this and then highlight this, then do Control D. It will pick the next one. So login. So I've imported the login. Now we're going to set up routes for our cart page. So instead of having to retype again, just copy this, paste slash cart, and then we'll mount carts. Then we'll set up routes for the order page. So we'll have orders, and then right here we're going to call the order page. Then we're going to set up a dynamic route, a route for our product details page, but the path is going to be dynamic. Okay, let me type in what I mean. So routes path here slash products slash colon products ID elements would be products. Okay, so this is quite different from this. Merely looking at it, you can see that it's different, right? Before I explain this, I need to fix in something. There's something we missed in this asset folder. So for the asset folder, because we're building with front end first, right? We need to get all the images that we want to use for this project. We need to get the data set basically that we want to use for this project. So I'm going to pause this video and put that, then I'm going to explain everything. Okay, so we have all our assets that we need. Now let me explain. You can see right here that these are all the pictures that we're using for this project, right? You can see kid banner 1, kids 1.1, kids 1, men. So let me just click on whichever one. Let me just click on this women banner. This is the banner that we want to use. Let me click on women top 6. Let me click on men top 10. You can see these are the pictures that we want to use for this project, right? Now we have our data file, which is this assets.jsx. This data file contains the array of objects for that we want to for all the data that we want to display, all the products in stock. Basically that's just the idea behind it for all the projects. Now I've imported all the images that we have in this asset folder. I've imported them here, and then I created an array of objects. I named the array of objects products. Now for each object, is a product. Each object here, this that I highlighted here right here, is a product. And for each product, we have an ID, we have the name of the product, we have the description, we have the price, we have the image, we have the category, we have the sizes, and we have the date when it was added. And we want to know if best seller is true. So by default, best seller is true for all. Okay, so this is an array of objects containing different products. Each object, like I said, represents a product. This right here is another product. This right here is a product. This right here is another product. And each of them have a unique ID that we're using to identify them. Now, back to this. This route here that I just set up is a dynamic route. And what it does basically is to uniquely identify each product so that we can display their product details page, right? Let me head back here. Now, these are products right here. These are different products that were already listed on this page. Now, if I want to view the product of this page and I click on this eye icon, it leads me directly to the details, to the product details page, showing me everything about this product, from the image to the name to the category to the price to the description to the sizes available, right? And then it also shows the products that are similar to this, that are in the same category as this product that I'm looking at, its product details page. Also, it has a unique URL here, right? And I have the ID right here. So that's the job of dynamic routing. So it's used basically to uniquely identify a product by its ID so that we can view the details of that product. So that is why we set this right here, /product/:product ID. So this product ID, this is it, right? If I head back here, if I view the second one, you can see this is the product ID. If I head back here, if I view the third one, you can see this is the product ID, and so on and so forth. So what that does, so the dynamic routing basically helps us to set up our routes for a product details page so that we can uniquely identify it. We can see the product details. So in summary, dynamic route is a route that can change content based on URL. So we define the segments by placing a colon before the identifier. So this is the unique identifier for the product ID, right? Then when we are now creating the components or the page where we want to display different contents based on URL, we're going to use a special hook called use params. We'll get to that as well in this tutorial, but for now I just want you to understand the difference between the regular routing and the dynamic routing. So this is a dynamic route for product details page. Now let us keep setting up our routes. Now another route that we're going to set up is the category route, which is almost like the product details page, right? These are different categories: men, women, kids. When I click on this right here, you can see /category/men, right? This is a different page with a different URL, but it has the same layout as the entire page, right? If I click on women, I can see we have a banner and then we have women clothing. If I click on kids, we have a banner and we have kids clothing as well. So we're going to use a dynamic route for this as well. So I'm just going to have routes, set of the parts, /category/: category. Then elements would render the collection page. So okay, so we're done setting up. Now we need to import every other page that I've used. So I'm just going to paste, instead of having to retype, I'll just do Ctrl+D, cats page here. Next should be product details page. So products. Then the next would be the collection, right, which is this. Yes. Then next would be order, the order page. Ctrl+D, order page. So if we head back here to our application on our browser, you're going to see navigation bar, home page, and footer at the bottom. That means the navigation bar always comes at the top, home page, then footer. So let's now navigate to another page. So /cart, press enter, you're going to see navigation bar, cart, footer. Let's go to orders page, press enter. you can see navigation bar, order, and footer. So back to the home page, press enter, navigation bar, home page, and then our footer page. Okay, so we've been able to set up our routes and the layout. We can add more later when we start placing orders and when we want to do verification page. But for now, let's just stick with this. So let me close this. And then let's start by building our navigation bar. Okay, now let's check this out. For the navigation bar that we have here, you can see that is a fixed navigation bar. So even as you scroll, navigation bar becomes fixed, right? And then it takes a full width, but when you scroll, there is this blur feature that it shows when you scroll, right? So we need to consider all of that when building, and you can see the width of it. So let us start. First off, we'll create a state variable to track when we're scrolling and when we're not scrolling. So when we're scrolling and when we're not scrolling. So I'll create const state variable for scrolled and a setter function to update if we're not scrolling or if we're scrolling. And by default, I'm going to set it to false. Right. Also, we're going to create a function for our scroll event. So I'm going to use effects here. So it's just going to wrap this function and it's also going to mount once. Right. So I'll create a function. I'll name it undo scroll. It's going to be an arrow function. Then we'll call the setter function set is scrolled. So when it detects window.scroll on y-axis, when it's greater than 20, return. We'll create another function. So this undo scroll right here, this function is going to detect if the window, when we're scrolling through the window, when it's greater than 20. That is the job of this. Now, when we're not scrolling, this should return window.remove event listener, which is the scroll function. So scroll, and then we'll call undo scroll. Then I'm going to mount an empty dependency array here so that this works once. Okay, so we just did that now. Now, another thing we need to do before designing the UI is our navigation links, right? So this links right here, this leads to a different page, this leads to another different page, this leads to another different page, right? So we need to create our nav link const nav links. We'll create an array of objects that's going to hold that. So the first object here, we'll have the name that we want to display. So this is men. Then we'll set the path colon slash category slash men. Then I'll create another one, and this time this will be for women, comma the paths slash category slash women. Then a comma, then we'll type another one. So I'm just going to copy this and paste, and this will be for kids. Okay, so we've created the nav link, we've created the scroll function. Now let us start working on the UI. I would create a div tag. Inside this div tag, we're going to have our nav tag. Now for this nav tag right here, we're going to have, let me have comments so that we can separate it. The brand logo, then the navigation, and then the action items. Okay, now for the brand logo, we want the brand logo to always lead to the home page. So no matter the page we are, we want to ensure that once we click on this now, it leads us back to the home page. So we'll start by wrapping it with link from React Router DOM. So do not forget to import that. If not, you're going to run into errors. Import link from React Router DOM. Okay, then we'll set the path to quote / right, so that it can match what we created here, the path to. Whenever you're using a link, you need to ensure that it matches with the path of your route. Okay, so we'll set link right here. Then now we can now have the content that will be in between. So we'll have a div tag, then we'll have an h2 tag. Now for this div tag, we're going to have the icon. So I'm just going to type in, we're going to use this icon for CentOS icon. Okay, I said it earlier that if you want to use React icon, just type in React icons, and then you go to this page, GitHub pages documentation for React icon, and you can search for. So I'm just going to search for CentOS. This is the icon that I've chosen. You can decide to change yours. So this is the icon right here. So you start by copying this, then you paste it at the very top where we have our import rules, and then you would copy this as well, the icon tag itself, and then you paste it where you want it to be, which I've already done here, right? Another way to use React icon is you can type in the icon, let's say cat icon. Because you have installed React icon, React is going to suggest list of icons for you so that you can choose for. I just typed in cat. So these are several lists of icons that matches with this. How would you know that these are list of icons? You're going to see React-icons/FA, React-icons/BA/XYZ. I'm just using it as an example, right? Then you can now select from it. But if you're a beginner, I would advise you to always visit this website so that you can see what the icon you want to use look like. You can just, let's say you want to use user icon. There are several icons. So you can just choose from and select from it, right? But if you think you know what the icon is going to look like, you can just type it in and then just choose from the suggested ones. Okay, so let's continue now to the H2. So we'll type in style. Then I want to use a span tag wave. I'm using a span tag because I want to have a separate styling for this text, for this wave. Okay, now we're done with brand logo. Next is the center navigation. Now for our center navigation, I'll create a div tag, which will be the container. Then we're going to map over this nav link array so that we can display each of them as a separate link, as a button, so to speak of. So we're going to have nav links dot map, open brackets, open another one, then we'll pass link, then I'll open a bracket, then press enter. Then we'll have our button tag here, and this button here is going to display the link dot name, which is the name that we're using here. So it means this is going to display this, this is going to display this, and this is going to display this. Okay. Now after this button, we're going to create a span tag, and what the span tag is going to do exactly is the underlying form. So it's supposed to be inside the button. So I made a mistake. The span tag will be inside the button, and we're going to use it for the underline effect that we want to display under each nav link. I'm talking about this underline effect that you can see when you hover on any of the nav link, right? So the span tag will have a self-closing. Okay, so this will have self-closing, and then we're going to style it later. And then to the action items. Now for our action icons, we'll have a div tag. Inside this div tag, we'll have the account drop down. So for this account drop down now, I'll create a div tag. Inside the div tag, we'll have a button, and this button will take user icon. So I'm going to be using this by user icon. I need to import it as well. So I'm going to import, I can't remember importing this, so let me just delete. Import by user from React icons / by. And also we're going to have another icon. I would use this chevron icon. Yeah, so I'm just going to select this, and then I'm just going to close this. So now that you can see that this has been imported, right? So we have this button now. Let me format this so that it's going to make sense. Yes. So after this button, we're going to have our drop down menu. In the drop down menu, I'll have a div tag. Then we'll have link from React Router DOM. Now this link will take these texts, login or sign up. So I'll set the path of this link, and it will be to/login. After this link, we'll have an horizontal line, then another link to others, my others, and this as well. I'll set the path /others. Then after the link, we're now going to have our logout button. Okay, so we've created the first div for the account icon, right? So this account icon here, we have a button. Inside this button, we have two icons, the user icon and the drop down icon, just like we have it here, user icon and this little icon that turns up and down when we hover on it, right? And then we have the drop down itself, which is this login or sign up, my orders, and then the logout. So that's the same thing we have here. Now, after this div tag for account drop down, we're now going to create our cat icon. So you just need to trace. First is the action item, next is the div tag for account drop down. After that, you create these comments here, then you have a button, and this button is going to take the cat icon. So we're going to be using this icon right here. Then I'm just going to, we'll have a span tag, and I'm going to initialize the cat with 0. Okay, or better still, we don't initialize it with anything. So let me just delete this here. We're still going to come back to this when we've written the function to get our cat count. Okay, so right now this is what you should have, right? We have the icon, the name, the links, and then the two icons. So let's just style so that it would make more sense. So let's start styling. We'll start with this div tag here. The position will be set to fixed. Top would be 0. I'll set left to 0 as well. And then the right, I'm going to set it to 0. I give it a Z index of 50. Display, flex, justify, center. I'll set padding of 4. Then transition all. I'll set duration of 500. Okay, so that's for the first div tag. Now to this navigation here. So because we are going to have conditional styling for this, so we're going to use curly braces. Okay, so and also I'll start with backtick. So I'll set the position to be relative, all items flex, items at the center as well, justify between, the width will be full, max width of 7XL, padding of 8 and padding of 3, then border radius, so rounded 2XL, transition will be set to all, and then I'll set duration to, and now to the conditional styling. So we'll have our $sign and then a curly braces here. Now we want to check if it's scrolled. That means if user scrolls, then there is a styling attached to it. If not, there's a styling as well. Do you get? So let me say if scrolled, so we're using do this. If not, do this. So if user scrolls, I want the background color to be white. Also, I want to have a backdrop blur to be large. Also, I want to have a shadow of 0 underscore 8 pixels underscore 32 pixels underscore 0 underscore RGBA, which is the color, open brackets 31. So here's the color code 38, 135, 0, 0.7. Okay, then we'll have border, then border color should be white, then we'll set padding on white to be 3. That's if user scrolls, right? If user does not scroll, we'll just have background to be transparent, padding on white, we'll set that to 5. Okay, now let us style the brand logo. So I'll have a class name here, group, display flex, items center, and then I'll set gap to 2. Then we'll have this div tag right here. I'm going to set the background color to orange, 500, padding of 1.5, border radius of large, and then when you hover on it, group over, it should take rotate 12, then transition, transform, and then we'll set the duration to 300. Now to the icon, I'm just going to style this. I want it to have this color, and this is the size. And then for the h2 tag now, this should be the text size 2XL. I want the color to be black, tracking tighter, text gray 900, and then the color of this would be orange 500. Now to the navigation. So we'll set it to hidden. Then on the medial screen, display should be flex, items, center, and then set a backup of 10 between each of the links. Now to this button now. For this button, we should actually have a key, and then the key will be link.name. And also, we're going to create a function later that is going to handle the navigation, but let's style first. So it will be group as well, position, relative, text. So we'll set text to small, and then the font will be bold, transform to uppercase, and then tracking widest. The text color would be gray 600, and then when you hover on it, text will be black. Then we'll have transition on the colors. Okay. And then for this span tag that I created, this span tag will have conditional styling. So position will be absolute, negative bottom of 1, and then I'll set left to 0. The height will be 2 pixels, background will be orange, 500, transition all, duration will be 300. Now for the conditional styling that I mentioned, oh my god, this is just supposed to be here. This is supposed to be outside this box. Okay, yeah. Now for the conditional styling, we're going to check if the location dot path name equals to the link dot path. That means the link that was set. So we use a ternary operator, then we'll set the height to the width to full. Otherwise, the width will be set to 0. And then when you hover on it, group over, we'll set the width of that to full. Okay, so let me explain what this conditional styling is doing exactly. So for this now, we're having, come on, what's this? Okay, let me just do it like this. All right, so we have a conditional width logic here, right? So we want to check if the current URL matches the link path. They want to show the full width, this full width there. If the current URL matches the link path, we want to display the full width. Otherwise, we want the width to start at 0 and it should grow to full on button hover. Okay, so that's what this is all about actually. Next thing to style now is our action items. So we're going to have display flex items at the center. Then we'll set a gap of 5. Then for this other div tag, position will be relative and then group. Then we have a button here. Now for this button, display will be flex items center. We'll set a gap of 1, padding of 2, rounded full. When you hover on it, we'll set the background color to gray, 100, and then we'll add transition on colors. Okay, now for this user icon here, the size of the text will be 2XL, and the color, we'll set it to gray, 800. Then for this icon, the color will take gray, 400. Group hover, rotate 180. So when you hover on it, it should rotate to 180 degree. That means it should turn upside down. So transition, transform, and then duration will be set to 300. Now to the drop down menu. Position will be set to absolute, and then right will be set to 0. Margin top of 2, the width of 48, origin top right, yeah, rounded 2XL. The background color, I will set it to white, padding of 2, opacity of 0, invisible. Then we'll have translate on Y to be 2. Then we're also going to set a shadow with these values. Then we'll set a border, and then the border color would be gray 100. Then we'll have transition all. I'll set duration to 300. Group hover, that will take visible. Then group over as well. We'll set translates on Y to 0. Now for each link now, so that it won't be jam-packed, I'm going to set the class name. Display would be block, rounded, XL, padding of 4, and then padding of 3 on y-axis. Text size will be small, fonts will be medium, text color would be gray 700. When you hover on it, the background color should be orange 50, and then when you hover, the text color should take orange 600, and then we'll add transition on the colors. Okay, that is for the first link. Now the second link is going to take the same styling, so I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to place it here. Okay, so the others link, will take the same styling as the login and sign up link. Now for the horizontal tag, we're going to style this. We'll set margin on Y to 1. The border color will take gray 50. Okay, now we have the logout button. Now for the logout button, we'll set the width to full, text on left, border radius XL, padding of 4 and padding of 3, text small, font we'll set it to medium, and then text color would be red 500. When you hover on it, the background color should take red 50, and then we'll add transition on the colors as well. Okay, we're done styling the drop down. Now we're going to style the cat icon. Now for this cat icon, position will be set to relative, and then we'll set padding to 2. Border radius will be full. When you hover on it, the background color should take gray 100. Transition on the colors, then it should be group. Okay, now the cat icon itself, text size will be 2XL, text color would be gray 800, group hover, I'm going to set scale of 110, transition, transform. Okay, so there's something we need to do here. So this styling here should be for this div tag. Okay, so now you can see what we have now. You can see, okay, so this now is supposed to display this drop down. So let's look at it, these action items here. Okay, so let's go back to the drop down menu, the div icon. So we should have, we set the opacity to 0, so we would set group hover opacity to 100. Okay, now this should show when we hover on it. Okay, so this is what the navigation bar looks like, and is exactly the same as what we have for what we're trying to build, right? Okay, so the next thing we need to work on now is writing the function that's going to undo navigation. We want to be able to navigate between pages. When we click on this, it should lead us to the main collection page, women's collection page, kids collection page, right? So right here, the first thing we need to do is to create a variable that would navigate here, old navigation. So I'm going to use navigate from React Router DOM. Use navigate function, and then we need location as well, which is going to be the object containing information about the current URL path. So we're going to have const location will be equals to use location from React Router DOM. Now we have these two. The next thing we need to do is to create our handle navigation logic. So const handle navigation, then we'll pass paths here, open curly braces, then we're going to call the set timeout, then would perform an actual route changes. So we're going to have navigate to path, then we'll set it to be 800 milliseconds. Okay, now we've created the handle navigation function. We're going to use it here in this button where we have this nav link. So when user clicks, so I'll use the onClick method, then I'm going to call the handle navigation function, then link.path. So it leads them to that page. We have the key and then we have the path. So now if I click on this now, you can see /category/men. If I click on this /category/women, if I click on this /category/kids, you can see in the URL, you can see it right in the URL. And then if we had something in the collection, it is going to display. Now if I click on this now, it's back to the home page. Okay, now let us continue. Now we need to create this page, which is our hero section. We need to create this. So let's work on the hero section now. So I'll close navigation bar and then I'm going to open here. Okay, so for our hero section, we need to first import the picture that we're going to be using from our asset folder. So I'm going to import, I'll name the image hero image from log.forward/assets/ the name of the image is woman1.png. If you check the asset folder, you're going to see it right there. So woman1.png. That's the image that we're going to be using for this project. And now let us start with the UI. So first we'll have a div tag. This div tag would have a self-closing tag. So I'm just going to, so this is for the decorative background. So we're going to have two of these. So first div and then the second div. Then we'll now have another div tag. Inside this other div tag we'll have our main hero content. So let me just main hero contents, and then a div tag here. Inside this div tag we'll have the left and the right div tag. Okay, so we have main hero content, right? And then we're going to have the bottom hero content. So let's just have it so that I won't make mistakes. So we're starting with the main hero content. For the main hero content, we're going to have the left side and the right side. Now let's start with the left side. So for this left side, we'll have a div tag. Inside this div tag, we'll have another div tag, and then we'll have a span tag. Inside the span tag, we're going to have two more span tags. Okay, and then after this span tag here, I'm just going to type in new season arrival. After the span tag and this div tag that holds the span tag, we're going to have our h1 tag. Now for this h1 tag, it will take this text, we'll type a break here, Then we'll have an SVG here. Okay, so for this SVG, there will be a part with a self-closing tag. Okay, then this H1 would take style. So for the entire H1 is elevate your everyday style, right? So we're going to have an SVG and a part here. We're going to style the SVG and we're going to set the parts. So after the H1 tag, we'll have a P tag, and that is going to take this text. Discover the intersection of comfort and high fashion. Our 2026 collection features sustainable materials and timeless silhouettes. Okay, after this P tag now, we're now going to have a div tag, and this div tag will be for the two buttons. So buttons times 2, we'll have 2 buttons. The first button will take shop collection, while and it's also going to take the arrow right icon. So I'm just going to type in directly. It's going to take this icon, and the second button will take this view lookbook. So for the arrow icon, I'm going to import it from React icons /fi. Okay, we have that now. So that is for the left section. Now to the right section. For this right section, we'll have a div tag as well. Inside this div tag, we'll have another div. Inside this other div, we'll have another div tag, but this time around, this div tag would be a self-closing tag. Then we're going to have an image. This image here would take the image that we imported earlier. After the image, we're going to have a div tag. Now this div tag will be the floating card. So we'll have a P tag first. API clients. After the P, then div tag. We'll have span tag. So we'll just have a random text, just like, oh, they have 48 API clients, that kind of stuff. Then a div tag. Now inside this div tag, we just want to randomly display 1, 2, 3. Then we'll map over it so that we can display each of them. Each of them. So we'll have a div tag here. Now inside this div tag, instead of having it as a opening and closing, I'm just going to make it a self-closing div tag. So key is going to take I so that I can display each of them. Right, so this is for the top section. Then we have the bottom section. Before we move over to the bottom section, let us style the top section. So we'll start by styling this div tag. Position will be set to relative. Minimum height will be screen. Overflow will be hidden. Background will be white. Padding of 6. Then we have this background. Position will be absolute. Negative top of 24. Oh, come on, I didn't add class name. Sorry about that. Absolute negative top of 24. Negative right of 24. The width of 96. Border radius. Background of orange. Then blur will be 3XL. Okay, let me close this so that we can have a wilder screen. So we'll start the other one as well. Position will be absolute as well. Top here would be half. Negative left will be 24. Height of 72. Width of 72 as well. Border radius. Background blue. 50, and then we'll set blur to 3 pixels, 3 XL I mean. Then this div tag here, margin auto, max width of 7 XL. Then we have this main hero content. Display will be flex direction, we'll set it to colon, items at the center, justify space between, we'll set gap of 12, padding of 12 on Y, and on large screen, flex will be row. On large screen as well, padding on Y will be set to 20. Okay, now to the left side of our content. Position will be set to relative, Z index of 10, max width of 2 XL. All text should be at the center. On large screen, text on the left, then negative margin top of 26. We have another div here, margin bottom of 6, inline flex, no flex. Then items center, gap of 2, rounded full, background color of orange, 100, padding of 4 on X and padding of 1 on Y. Text size should be small, font will be set to bold, transform to uppercase, tracking widest. Text color should take orange 600. Then this span tag here, position will be relative, display flex, height of 2, and then width of 2. Then we have this span tag, position will be absolute, inline flex, height will be set to full, the width will be full as well, animate pink, rounded full. Then the background color would be orange 400. Opacity will be set to 75 here. And now for this, position will be set to relative, inline flex, height will be set to 2, width I'm going to set that to 2 as well, rounded full, background will be orange 500. Then we have the H1 tag right here. Text size will be 5 XL, font will be black, then leading will be 0, leading should be 1.1, text color will be set to gray 900. On a medium screen, text will be 7 XL. Then we have a span tag here. So we're supposed to have a span tag here that would wrap this. Okay, so I'm just going to cut this. Then, okay, no, Ctrl Z. I'm supposed to cut just this. Ctrl X. Then we'll have a span tag. So I'll paste this in between the span tag. Now let us style this span tag. Position, I will set it to relative. Then inline block. Okay, so another thing is the span tag, I'm very sorry for this, is supposed to come after the break. Okay, I hope you get that. After the break tag, that's where the span tag is supposed to be. Now for this SVG will style, I'm going to set the position to absolute, negative bottom of 2, left to be set to 0, width to be full. Then we'll set our view box now. So view box 0, 0, 358. Then view, I'm going to set that to its none. Then we're going to set the XMLNS, and that is going to take this. Okay. And now we're going to set the path. Now for this part, let me just break this so that it can be on a new. We'll set D M3 9C118.957. So I'm going to explain what this is for later so that we'll not mix things up, but let's type 2.49761. Then we have 354.487, and then we have 9. Then we'll set the stroke with this color code. And then we'll set the stroke width with 5. And then we're going to set the stroke line cap with round. So what this code does is to add a tick underline beneath this text that we have here, beneath this particular text every day. Okay, so and then we've set the color to orange, the width as well. So what this part does is to draw the text like a hand drawn text. Okay, so that's just simply what it's for. I hope you get that. So let's continue styling. Now we can style our p tag. I'm going to set the margin top to 8, the max width to large, text large, leading relaxed, text gray 500. And now we have a div tag here. So for this div tag, I'll set margin top to 10. Display will be flex wrap. Items at the center, justify center. And then we'll set a gap of 4 between both. And on large screen, justify stats. So there shouldn't be space here. Now for this button, this particular button, we'll style it first. Group, because we have 2 buttons. Display flex, items, center, justify. We'll add a gap of 3. Border radius, rounded, full. Background color would be black. Padding of 8, which will take the width, and then padding on Y will be 4 for the height. So the text size should be small. Fonts will be bold. Uppercase. Tracking widest. Text color would be white. Then we'll have transition all. When you hover on it, the background color should turn orange, 600. And then when you hover as well, we want to add a shadow of 2XL. And also when you hover, we want to set the color of the shadow to orange 200. Okay, that makes sense. Now to the icon, this arrow icon that is pointing to the right, this right icon, I'm going to set the size to Excel, transition, transform, group over, translate on X to be 1. Okay, and then we have this other button here, border radius, so rounded full, we'll have a border around it. Border color would be gray 200, padding of 8, padding of 4, text be small, font bold, uppercase, tracking widest, text color is gray 900, transition colors, and then when you hover we'll have background of gray 50. Okay, then we'll now move on to the right side of the content. Now for this, now position will be set to relative and then set index of 10. Then we have this other div tag here, position will be set to relative as well. Then we have this div with a self-closing tag. I'm going to set the position of this to absolute, insert will take 0, negative margin of 6, animate pause. Then we'll have border radius, so we're going to set this by percentage, so this will take 40%, underscore 60%, underscore 70%, underscore 30%, so that would give it its shape, underscore 40%, underscore 50%, underscore 60%, underscore 50%. Okay, and then we'll set the background color. It will take gradient to right, and then we'll have the color code from orange 100 to orange 50. So there shouldn't be space between this, it should be an hyphen. Okay, then to the image, position we'll set that to relative, z index of 10, we'll set the width to 350 pixels, transform, transition, transform, duration of 700, and then when you hover, scale of 105, and then on large screen, the width, I'm going to set that to 500 pixels. Okay, then we have this floating card here, so this will be set to absolute, negative bottom of 6, negative left of 6 as well, z index of 20, hidden, rounded to Excel, background will be set to white by 90, padding of 4, then we'll have shadow Excel, backdrop will be blue, just medium, and then on small screen, okay, now to the p tag text size will be set to small, font will be bold, uppercase, tracking title, text color would be gray 400. Then we have a div tag here. Display will be flex, items, center, gap of 2. And then we have a span tag here, text size of XL, fonts black, and then text color of gray 900. Then we have another div tag here. Display will be flex, negative space x space x of 2. Then this div that we have here, we're going to set the height to 6, the width to 6, rounded full, border we'll set it to 2. Then the border color would be white, the background would be gray, 200. Okay, so let's see what we've done so far. I'm going to mount the hero section in our home page. So here in the home page, I'm going to call the hero section. So right now, this is what we have, and if we check this, you can see that it is almost the same thing. It's just the only difference here is the margin top, which we're going to add now. Alright, but let's continue. We're going to get back to that. For this bottom contents, we'll create a div tag. Inside this div tag is where we're going to display this. Let me show you what we want to display. This. Okay, you know that this is a card, this is a card, this is a card, this is a card. So that means that we need to create card for each of them and then display their content. So instead of having to like create a div tag, create a card, next card, another card, we can just map it, right? So up here, we're going to create an array of objects that is going to take the details of each of the features. So array, I'll name it features. And then first we'll have the icon, right? We need the shipping icon. We need this icon here, and it's from here. So let's just import. Oh, come on. Let's just import this. This is what I want to import from React icons /FE. Okay, so that's for this. Then we'll have the title of the content, free shipping, and then we'll have the text on all orders over 1000. This is 100. Yeah, so this right here is an object and it represents, and we're going to use the content in a card. Okay, we'll create the next object now. We'll have our icon first. We want to use the send icon. Okay, then we'll have the title, fast delivery. Then we're going to have the text, and that is going to take worldwide in 3 to 5 days. So this is another object here. So this array contains all these objects. Then we'll create the third and fourth. So I've already done that before. Instead of having to like retype, I'm just going to paste the other two. So I'll add a comma and just paste this. So all I need to do is to import this right here. So I've done that. I've imported the icons that we're going to use. Okay, now that we've created the array of objects, all we need to do inside this div tag is to map over that array so that we can display each of the objects as a content. So now we're going to have features, the features array that we created dot map, then we'll pass item, and then we'll pass index so that we can uniquely identify each of them. Oh, come on, Ctrl Z. Open brackets. Then we'll now have a div tag. Now this div tag represents each container, right? So we'll pass key and it will take index so that we can display each content so that there won't be a mix-up. Now inside this div tag we'll have another div. This will take item dot, we have icon, then we'll have a div tag. Inside this div we'll have our h3 tag, which will take item dot title, and then we'll have a p tag, item dot text. Okay, so that's what we should see here now. Alright, now let's style. We'll start with this div tag. Display would be grid, Ctrl Z, class name, display grid cos 1, on small screen grid cos 2, and then on large screen grid column 4. Then we'll have a gap of 6. We'll have a padding bottom of 20. Then the individual card content group display would be flex direction would be colon, items center, gap of 4, border radius of 3xl, padding of 8, text at the center, transition on all, duration for transition would take 300, and then background color would be white. Then we'll have a shadow with this value, zero comma 0.5. Then on large screen, items start, and large screen as well, text should be on left. Okay, so that's for that div tag. Now for this icon, display would be flex, height would be set to 14, the width as well will be set to 14, items center, justify center, rounded 2xl, background color would be gray 50, text will be 2xl, and then text color would be orange 600. Then transition on colors, background will be orange 600, text color would be white. Then this h3 tag that we have here, text size will be base, fonts will set it to bold, text will be gray 900. Now for the key tag, margin top of 1, text will be small, text color would be gray 500. Okay, so this is what this looks like right now. So this is the navigation bar and this is the hero section. Now what we need to build next is the home collection. So we need to display few item mixed collection. in the home page, we are going to display ladies, kids, menswear in the home collection. So we're going to be displaying just 8 of these in this collection. Now we are going to, let me close this, and close this as well. Okay, so I'm going to open home collection and then we're going to start building. But before this, we need to create a context. I'm going to explain what context is for, and then you understand why it's important for us to create this shop context. So shop context basically is like a shared storage room for our shop states. In this case, for this e-commerce, the shop context is going to serve as the shared storage room. So just think of the room as, let's say you have like a big room and then you have boxes in it. The boxes are like the pages in this case. So what we want to achieve is, when you have an e-commerce website, you have several data, several objects, several products that you want to showcase, and then you want to showcase the products in the home page where we have the home collection. You also want to showcase the products in the collection page. You want to showcase the products in the cart page when user adds the products to cart, right? Instead of having to pass the product every time you need it in each pages, you can just have it in a page, right, in a shared storage room, which is the shop context in this case. And then any component or page that wants to use any of the products in shop context can just walk in and take it, right? That's just the idea behind it. So the way we have the product lists, this, let me explain what I mean. We have products here, right, that we're showcasing. We have products in this page as well that we're showcasing. We have products in this case as well that we're showcasing, right? So if I had products from here, we are also showcasing the products here. If I select the size, I add the product here. The product is also going to show in the cart page, right? You can see some details of the product in the cart page. You can see the image, you can see the name, the price, the size, the quantity, and everything in this page. So we have this product in different places. We have it in our components, we have it in our pages, right? So, and all of them, all these components, pages, these different pages, this men collection page, women collection page, this home page itself has a collection page right here, home collection page. All of these pages need to access the same product. Cart data as well need to access the same product. So instead of having to pass it down every single time we need it, we're just going to have it in a central place, which the central place is our shop context. So any pages and components that wants to make use of that data, that product, can just easily pull it. Another advantage of this shop context is that it avoids prop drilling. It's just like what I said. So instead of having to pass products or cart data through multiple component levels, you can just access it directly from the context whenever you need it. Okay. And also having a centralized place makes it easy to manage data and also makes the code cleaner. It's easy to maintain, it's easy to pull. So think of this shop context as your app global store for anything related, where you can just get products very easily. So that's why we're using shop context. I hope you get that. So let's write our shop context code, which would also be very, very easy. So first off, the first thing we need to do is to create shop context. Create context function. So we've created our shop context, and then I'm going to use exports because we want other components and pages to be able to access our shop context, right? Then we're going to create our context provider. So const shop context provider. We'll pass children. So we've created our shop context provider function now. After this shop context provider function, we're now going to export it. So export default shop context provider. Okay, inside this shop context provider, we're going to have a return statement here, and then we'll return shop context dot provider, and then in between it we'll pass the children element right here. I'm going to pass the children. All right, and then we can now be having our functions, our product states inside the shop context. Now, for easy access, so that the entire application can have access to whatever data we store in the shop context provider, we need to wrap our application with shop context. So here, shop context provider. So I'm just going to cut this and then put this like this. So now that we've wrapped it, we can now continue. So here we're going to want to store our product data, right, in shop context so that every other component and pages can have access to it. So that product we want to store, we need to import it. So we want to import product from our assets folder /assets/assets, right? We want to get the product data, which is this product here. We want to store it in shop context so that it will be easier to access in shop context. And then inside our shop context provider function, we're going to create a state variable that would hold that product and a setter function to update the product. So we're going to create a state variable and the name will be products. Setter function sets products. And then use states. By default, we're going to store this with the products that we're getting from our assets folder. I hope that is clear. Now we have that. Next thing we need to do is create a variable that is going to store the value of all the function and variables that we want to use in other parts of our component. So we want to have these products here. So now for this to be able to be accessed, we need to pass the value here as well. So this product here can be used. We can pull this product from any component or pages where we call it. Okay, now let us try it now in our home collection. So right here in our home collection, we're going to extract that product from shop context. So product will be equals to use context shop contexts. Okay, so this product here is declared but its value is never read, right? Now for our own home products, we're going to create a state variable that would hold specific item that we want to show on the home landing page, like on the home collection. Remember that this product here has ID, name, description, price, image, category, sizes, date, bestseller, subcategory, all those stuff. But in home collection, we only want to show a few things, right? This is our home collection right here. We want to show the image, we want to show the category, we want to show the price, we want to show the name of the item, and then an icon, right? We're not showing the description. We're not showing let me see what else is here. We're not showing description. We're not showing the sizes. Yes. We're not showing the dates when the product was added. We're not showing the ID as well, right? We only want to show name, price, image, category, right? So that's why we're going to create a state variable that is going to hold the specific items we want to display about each product. So const home products. So we've created a state variable and then we'll create a setter function set home products. Use states, we'll store it, we'll initialize it with an empty array. Now let us filter data. So we're going to do the data filtering effect. So basically what we want to do, sorry about that, what we want to do is that we want to display just few selections of this product, right? So we just want to display the first 8 products in our product data array. So that is why we want to use it. So we'll use effects. Then we'll create a function, open our curly braces, we'll call set on products dot slice. We'll use the slice method. We want to display the first 8. And right here, we're going to pass products. Oh no, Ctrl Z, products as our dependency array to ensure that it runs when it first loads. Okay, so what we've done here now, first we created the state variable here. First we extracted our product data from shop context. Then we created a state variable to hold the product item that we want to display. We're not displaying every single feature of that product. We're not displaying description. We're not displaying sizes. We're not displaying ID. Just also display few things, right? And then we're using use effects here because we want to work on data filtering. So we only want to display the first the first eight products in the products array. So that's why we use the slice method so that you can display the first eight, 0 to 8, the first 8 items, and then the dependency array ensures that it runs when the component first mount. So we pass products here as dependency array. Now that we have this, we can now display our products. So right here in this div tag, we can start working on our UI. So we'll have our first div tag. Then inside that div tag, we'll have another div tag. And that div tag will have a span tag that will take this text. Then after this span tag, we'll have an h2 tag that will take this, our then span tag, signature. I want to style this separately. That's why I'm putting it in a span tag. So our signature collections. After this h2 tag and then this div tag here, we're now going to have a div tag, view all product. Okay, then after this div tag, then the next div tag after it is where we're going to display our product. Okay, so this first div tag here is the header. So let's just have a comment header, then home collection display. So that's the comment there so that we can separate it. Now what we want to do now is to display our own product, right? We're going to select few things from the product array to display, and we've already used data filtering to ensure that we're only displaying the first 8 products, right? So now before we display at all, we're going to use conditional rendering. We want to ensure that that product array has data in it. So if it is true, then we're going to display something. So we're going to check the length of data array. If it's greater than 0, if it's greater than 0, that means it truly has data in it. So if it is true, then we'll render our UI. Otherwise, we should display a message showing updating. Okay, so open my curly braces, then I want to do home product dot length. If it is greater than 0, use a ternary operator. You should display this. If not, you should display this. That is just like the actual logic. Now let's start with if it is true. If it is true, we should have a div tag. If it isn't, then we should have a div tag as well. So let's start with if it is true. So if there's data truly in what we're trying to display, then it should display this. If not, it should display this. Now this is the grid layout. That is what we want to do here. Okay, so now inside this grid layouts, we're now going to map over the home products that we have so that we can display each the products array objects. We're going to display each of them as a product card, right? This is just to check the length. If it is true, then we want to display this. Now for this, now we want to map over the home products array. Remember that here we set our own product to take the first 8 objects in the products array. So now here we're going to have our curly braces, then we'll map over our own products.map so that we can display each of the product as a card. Open our bracket, then inside this we'll have a div tag, Now this div tag, we're going to set the key to products dot underscore ID. Okay, so this ID here is a unique identifier that helps us to track specific products that we want to display. Remember that we're mapping over products, the first 8 products. We want to display the first 8 products from our product, from the product that we're getting from shop context. Shop context is getting products from asset, right? Now the ID is is a unique identifier that would help us track the specific product that we're rendering in the card. So this div right here is our product card, right? And it's going to display 8 cards. So in each card, we'll have a div tag. Then we'll have another div tag here. Inside this other div tag, we're going to have a p tag to display new. Then after this div tag, we're now going to have the image. So image, and the image right here is going to take products dot image, and then after this image we're going to have another div tag. This div tag will take a button, and the button will display a shopping cart. Okay, so I want to use this icon, shopping cart icon. Then after the button, we're now going to display the eye icon. So we'll display this eye icon. Then we're now going to, after this div, we'll now display the product info. After the eye icon, the first closing div, the second closing div, after the two, we would have our product info icon. So this product info icon will take another div. This will take the p tag, and this will take the h3 tag, right? And then we're going to have the p tag here as well. Now for this p tag here, we're going to display product dot category, and then this h3 tag here would display the name of the product dot name. Then this other p tag will display, oh come on, products dot price. Okay, so now for the not section, that means if there's nothing in our product data, I want to display no products available. Okay, now we have our home collection. We're just going to mount it in the home page after the hero section. So home collection would be here, and then we'll come back here. Remember that we imported the shopping cart icon and the eye icon. We need to import it here. So we're going to import fi shopping carts, and then fi these two icons right here. Now if we check now, we should see the products that we have imported. This is the first product, this is the second product, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so now you can imagine that we have just 7 products being displayed, right? So the reason is because, let me open this asset folder so that we can understand the reason. Because this first product here, we have just one image, right? The second product, we have just one image. The third product, we have one image. The fourth, one image. But the fifth product has about 3 images, right? So it doesn't know which image to display exactly. So right here in our home collection, we need to set it, we need to write the logic so that it will know what to display. So we want to display the first image in the image array of our product, right? Because when we're building the backend, we are going to, when we're writing the controllers function, we're going to write the logic in a way that the image accepts up to 4 images, right? And also for the admin panel as well, when the admin is adding product from the admin panel to the home page or the front end, the admin should be able to add at least 4 images. Okay, so that's why I just put the sample here for 4 images. This is just the front end, by the way. So now that we've told it to display the first product in the image array, it is going to do just that. And you might be wondering why I'm using 0. I want to believe that you know that arrays count starts from 0. So array starts with 0. So 0 stands for the first product. So if we go back now, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This product has been added. 6, 7, 8. Okay, so the first 8 product has been displayed now. All right, so now we can start styling. So our styling will start from this main container. Padding of 20 on y-axis, padding of 6 on x, max width of 7 XL, margin of auto. Then we'll have this header here. Display would be flex direction, colon, justify between, margin bottom of 16, and then gap of 6. For the second div tag, max width of XL. Now for this span tag, text color would be orange 500, font bold, uppercase, tracking 0.3, then text size will be XX. Alright, then we have our H2 tag right here. Text size should be 4XL, font black, text color would be gray 900, margin top of 2, tracking title. Then we have the span tag here. Text color would be gray 400, fonts should be light, and then this should be italic. Okay, then we have this div tag here. Text small, fonts bold, uppercase, tracking widest. Then we'll have a border bottom of 2. Then the color would be black, padding bottom of 1. When you hover on it, the text color should be orange 500. And when you hover on it as well, the border should take orange 500 as well. Then we have the div tag here for our grid layouts. So display here would be grid goes 4. We'll set a gap of on X for 8, gap on Y for 12. Okay, then we have the card itself. Each card display wanted group, and then position will be set to relative. Then we have this div tag. Position will be relative as well. We'll set the aspect ratio. So I'm going to have aspect 3/4, 3/4. Then overflow would be set to hidden. Border radius rounded 2XL. Background gray 100. So for this badge here, we'll set the position to absolute. Top would be 4. Left to be set to 4 as well. Z index of 20. Background color would be white. Would use padding to set the width and height. And then border radius full. Shadow would be small. Let me close this so that we can have a larger screen. Now for this p tag, text size would be 10 pixels. Font will be set to black. uppercase, tracking widest, text color would be gray, 900. Then this image that we have here is the next thing for us to style. Now for the image, we'll set the height to full, the width will be full as well. Object cover, transition, transform, duration of 700, and then group hover, scale of 110. Okay, then we have this div tag here. So this div tag here is going to serve as the overlay on the image. Okay, so class name, position will be set to absolute, insert 0, display will be flex, items, center, justify, center, gap of 3, background of black, opacity would be set to 0, backdrop will be set to blur, but not XL, 2 pixels, yes, 2 pixels. And then we'll add transition on all, then we'll set a duration of 300, group over, opacity will be set to 100. Okay, now for this button that we have here, padding will be set to 4, background will be set to white, rounded, full, text gray, 900. When you hover on it, the background color should change to orange, 500, yeah, and the text color should be white. Then we'll add transition, smooth transition on the colors, and then we'll have a shadow of XL. Then the cat icon, we're going to set the size to 20. Now this eye icon, we'll set the size as well to 20. Okay, now this eye icon, we want to ensure that once we click on the eye icon, it leads us to the details of that product. It leads us to the product details page of that particular product. So this eye icon will be wrapped with the link tag from React Router DOM. So a link from React Router DOM. So I need to import link from React Router DOM. Okay, let's continue. So now we have the link tag. We need to wrap it. So I'm going to cut this and then put it in between the link tag. Okay, now for this link tag, we'll set the path. Okay, we'll have a curly braces because we're going to have template literals here. We'll have curly braces, then backtick, slash, in between the backtick, we'll have slash products, slash, our template literals, products dot underscore ID. Okay, so what this does basically is that when you click on this eye icon, it leads you to the product details page, right? We have slash product.id. This product.id is the unique identifier for each product we are on. So here we're going to display different products, the first 8 products. So when you click on any of these products, when you click on the eye icon on any of the products card that were to display, right, it should lead you to the product details page, that particular product details page. It should lead you to it. Okay, so that's what this does. So if you're thinking, why is this slash product slash $, then open curly braces, it is because it's a dynamic routing. That is what we just did here. Remember at the beginning of this tutorial, we had in our app.jsx, when we're setting up our product details, we have dynamic routing here. Okay, so we want to uniquely identify each product by their product ID, and that's the same thing we just did here. Okay, so this is it. Next thing that we need to style is the product info, which is this next div. So we'll set margin top to 6. Display will be flex, justify, space between, items, stats. Then we have this p tag here. Text is XX, text color is gray, 400, uppercase, tracking, widest, then margin bottom of 1. Then for this, the text will be base, font will be bold, text color would be gray, 900, group hover, text color would be orange, 600, and then we'll add transition on the colors. Then we have the price here that we need to style as well. Text size will be large, fonts black, text size would be gray, 900. Okay, so this is what we have at the end of the day. Alright, we still need a little bit more styling so that it's going to look exactly like this. Okay, alright, so we'll get to that. Any other thing? Let's see. Okay, our icon isn't coming out correctly. Let's work on that. So let's work on the few fixes. Okay, now the shopping cart icon. Okay, so here we are having two texts, right? So it's not knowing which one to pick. So this is supposed to be when you hover, the text becomes white. Okay, so this works perfectly well. Okay, now for this eye icon, so we didn't style this eye icon. So in this link tag, we're going to have the same styling that we're using here. Is what we're going to use here. So the link icon and this button icon will take the same styling. So when you hover, you can see, you can see this right now. When you click on this eye icon, it should lead you to that product details page as it has done here. You can see the URL has changed, and then we can see products here, right? If I click on this third item, you can see the URL is different. If I click on the fourth item, the URL is different as well. So this makes a lot of sense. Now let us work on this here. Okay, so back to our header. Okay, so after this flex colon, on medium screen, flex will be row. On medium screen as well, we'll set items to end. Okay, so that has done it. Collections, I missed that. Collections, yes. Okay, and here as well, this should be 5XL so that it will be a big border. Yeah, so this is this right here. We have our home collection in the home page. Okay, so what's next? The footer section. All right, so let us work on the footer section, and then we'll start working on the login page and the carts page. Let's work on the footer section. Oh yeah, let's work on the footer section. So I'm going to close this, close this, close this, close this, and then close all of these and start with the footer. Okay, so for our footer now, we are going to have 3 sections. We're going to have the top section, and then we're going to have the middle section, and then we're going to have the bottom section. Now for the top section, we'll have a div tag. Inside this div tag, we'll have another div tag, and then we'll have a div tag with a self-closing tag. So I'm just going to cut this self-closing tag. So this div tag will be our abstract background flare. After this, we'll now have another div tag. Then we'll have another one. Then we'll have our h2 tag. So this h2 tag will take this. Okay. And then we'll have our p tag that will take this. Okay, so after this div tag, we're going to have another div, and this other div will take inputs. Then we'll have a placeholder that will display enter your email, and then we'll have a button after the inputs, and this button will display this text to join now. And then we'll move on to the middle section. Now for this middle section, we'll have a div tag as well. Then we'll have another div and a div. Then we'll have another div here. I want to use this icon. I'm going to import the icon. After this div, we'll have an h2 tag. So this h2 tag is going to take this text. Then we'll have a span tag because we want to style this separately. That's why we're putting it in, we're wrapping it in a span. After this h2 tag and the div tag covers it, that wraps it, we'll have a p tag, and that p tag will take this text. Okay. Then after the p tag, we're now going to have a div tag. So inside this div tag, we're going to have icons basically. So I don't want to be having icon, icon, icon. So I'm just going to open curly braces, then have an array of objects. So the first object icon, this would take Facebook. This will take Facebook icon, comma. Next icon would take Instagram icon. And then the last icon would take YouTube icon. Okay. So this now, we're going to map this array that we've created. We'll pass social and then we'll pass index number so that we can uniquely identify each of them. Then we want to have it as a link. So this is going to take social dot link, Ctrl Z, or social dot link. Oh, social dot, yeah. But we don't have any link here, so I'm going to add it. And this right here is going to display our icon, social dot icon. So for the link, we'll add the link inside the object as well. So link here is just going to take hash. So it will be the same for the three. Okay, so there's a problem here. Unexpected token. Okay, so this right here is supposed to be here. Okay. Now let me do Ctrl Z. So let me just, this is what this is supposed to look like. Ctrl V. Okay, this is what this is supposed to look like. So Please do well to correct it. We're not yet styling, so I'm just going to delete this. Okay, so then we are now going to have another div tag right here after the first div. This div tag will have an h3 tag, so company, and then we're going to have lists on other lists, and for this another list we're going to do like the same thing. We'll have array of objects that we want to display. So this will take services, this will take about us, comma, this will take contacts, then dot map will pass item so that we can display each of them as a list item, and then we'll pass key will be the item, and this would display those items. Okay, so after this div we'll have another div. So this other div is going to have something like this, so I'm just going to copy it and then just paste it and just be changing few things. So this will take support, this here will take this here will take this, will take this text, and this here will take returns. Okay, now to the bottom section, which is the copyright section. We'll have a div tag. Inside that div tag we'll have a p tag, and that p tag will take this text. Then we'll have another div tag that will take this span tag and will display this text here. Okay, now we need to import the icons that we're using, right? So I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, so that works. So right now this is what our footer looks like. Now we need to style it so that it's going to look like this. Okay, so let's style our footer. So here we'll start styling. We'll set the background color to gray, and then text color would be white. Then for the top section, margin of auto 7 XL, max width, padding of 6, and then padding of 20 on y-axis. Then we have the other div tag. Position will be set to relative, overflow would be hidden, border radius of 3 rem. Okay, then we'll have a background color of orange, since orange is the code we've been using. Padding of 6, padding of 8, and padding of 16. Then we'll have shadow of 2XL. On medium screen, padding on X will be 16. Okay, now for this abstract background, position will be set to absolute, negative right of 20, negative top of 20 as well, height of 64, the width will be 64 as well, border radius of full, background of orange 500, blur of 3XL, opacity of 50. Then we have another div tag here. Position will be set to relative, z index of 10, display will be flex, flex direction, colon, items center, justify between, gap of 10. Then we have another div tag right here. Max width of Excel, text should be at the center. On large screen, text should be on the left. Then we have the H2 tag. Text size should be 4XL. Font should be black. Tracking tight. Text color would be white. Then we have this P tag here as well. We'll set margin top of 4. Text color of orange, 100. And then text will be large. Then we have display will be flex, width will be set to full, max width of medium, items at the center, gap of 2, border radius of 2XL, background will be white, padding of 2, and then the shadow would be inner. The input field will set the width to full, background transparent, padding of 4, padding of 2, text gray, 900. Then the placeholder text gray 400. So it's supposed to be placeholder hyphen gray 400. Then we'll set outline to none. Then the button, white space, no wrap, border radius of XL, background color of gray, 950, padding of 6 and padding of 3 to define the width and height. Text size will be small, font will be bold, and the text transform will be uppercase, tracking widest, transition all. Okay, so now to the middle section. We'll set the margin top to 24. Then the display would be grid cos 4, grid cos 1 I mean. Then Ctrl Z, grid cos 1. We'll set gap to 12, then the border gray and the color code, padding bottom of 12. On medium screen, grid columns of 2. On large screen, grid columns of 4. Then we have another div tag here. So I want to set the colon span 1 on large screen, cos span 2. Okay, then I'll set the next div tag here. Display will be flex, items, center, gap of 2, margin bottom of 6. Then the div tag that we have here, background color will be orange with this color code, padding of 1.5, rounded, large. Then here the color of this icon will be white and this will be the size. Then for the H2 tag, text of 2XL, font black, tracking tighter, text color would be orange 600. And for this P tag here, we'll set the max width of XX. Text color would be gray 400. leading relaxed. Then this div tag here, margin top will be 8, display is flex, gap will be 5. All right, then we have this here, flex, height of 10, width of 10 as well, items at the center, justify center, rounded, full. We'll set border color would be gray, 800. Text size will be large, and then the text color would be gray, 400. And then we have another div tag here. So this div tag, I'm not going to style it actually, so it's the h3 tag that I'm going to style. So margin bottom of this, I'll set it to 6. Text size will be small, font will be bold, uppercase, tracking, (0.2), and then text color would be white. Text color of this would be gray, 400. So this h3 tag will use the same styling. So I'll copy this and then I'll paste it right here. Oh, sorry. It should be like this, right? And then the list as well, we take the same styling. Then for this bottom copyright section, display will be flex direction, colon, items will be at the center, justify between, padding of 8, on medium screen, flex row. Then here text will be small, text color would be gray. Then right here for this div tag, margin top will be set to 4, display is flex, items center, gap of 6. Then on medium screen, margin top of 0. Then for this span tag here, text size will be this, the color will take this color code. Okay, so this is what our footer looks like now. So we're done with the home page. The next thing we need to work on now is the login page. So when you click on login, we want to display our login form right here. So let's get to that. So now I'm going to close the footer, and then we're going to open our pages folder, then open the login page. Now for our login page, we're going to have the login and sign up. We want the user to be able to sign up on the same form and also log in on the same form. But for the sign up page, we're going to have some input field, while for the login page, we're going to have certain input fields as well. All right. So first thing we need to do is to create a state variable that is going to store the states that we are in. That means the current state, whether the user is on login page or is on sign up page. So I'm going to create a state variable and I'll name it current states, a setter function to update when the state changes, set current states, then use states. By default, we want the use states to be login. Okay, so I'm going to have login, and now we're going to start working on the UI. So I'll create a form tag. I'll delete this action. Now in between this form tag, we're going to have the header. So I'll just write a comment here. Header. Now let's start with header. I'll create a div tag for the header. Then we'll have an h2 tag. The header is going to display our current state. So the header that will be displayed on the login form will be based on the current state. For now, our current state is login, right? So that means currently the header is going to display login. Okay. Then after this h2 tag, we're now going to display then I want to have a span tag after the current states because I just want to style it. The span tag will just take dots. Okay. Now after the h2 tag, as I was saying, we'll have a p tag, and that p tag would also display statements based on the current state that we're in. So we'll use a ternary operator to check if our current state is login, then we want to do this. If it isn't, we should do this. Okay, so if the current state is login, it should just display welcome back to style wave. If it isn't, we should display join the fashion wave. Okay, so this right here is a ternary operator. We're checking if the current state is login. We want to display this. If it isn't, we should display this. Okay, so that's for the header. Now to the input section. Now in the input section, we're going to have a div tag. Inside the div tag, we want to display some input field based on our current state as well. Okay, so we're going to use ternary operator. If the current state equals login, then we don't want to display this particular input field, so it should be null. But if it isn't, we want to display something. So we want to display this input field. Inputs, and it will be a type text. So we want to display full name. We want the user to enter full name if it is not on login. So this would only display if the current state is otherwise. That means if it is not on login. But if it was on, if the current state is on login, then it should display null. That means it should not display anything. And this will be required as well. Then after this, now we're going to have an input field for email. So this input field would display regardless of the state we are in. Okay. So for this input field, we'll have a placeholder, and that will display email address, and it will also be required. And then we'll have another input field next to it, and that the type will be for password. Then we'll have our placeholder that would say password, and this will also be required. Okay, after this input field, we're now going to have a div tag. In this div tag, we'll have a p tag. So this will be for forgot password. After this forget password, this particular p tag, we're also going to display a text, okay, based on the state we are in. So we want to display create account or login here text. That is what we want to display. So we'll use ternary operator. If the current state is is login, then we'll display this. If it isn't, we'll display this. Now if it is, we want to display a p tag that would say create account, and then we'll still use an onClick method to ensure that once user clicks on this, it leads them to the sign up page. Okay, so let's continue. If it isn't, this is if current state is login, then we should display create account. If it isn't, we should display login here. So for this now, the user would be able to select whether they want to log in or they want to sign up. Okay, so there's a typo here. If the current state equals login, not question mark login. Alright, so we're done with this div tag. Now we're going to create the button. The text that will be displayed on the button will also be based on the state we're in. So if current state is login, then we want to, the text that we want to display would be sign in. If not, it should be join style with. So now if we check our log, this is what we're going to see in the login form. Okay, so now I'm going to style it so that it will make more sense. So let's style. So we'll start with this div tag, this one right here. I'm going to set the minimum height to 80 VH. Display will be flex, items, center, justify, center, padding of 6, padding of 20 on Y, 20 not auto. Then we have the form tag, the width, we'll set it to full, max width of medium, background of white. Then we'll have border radius of 1.5 rem. I'll have a padding of 10. Then we'll set the shadow with this value. So this will take 0 underscore 20 pixels underscore 50 pixels underscore this color code 0, 0, 0, 0.5. Then we'll have border. Then the border color would be gray 50. Display will be flex direction will be colon. Then we'll have a gap of 6. Okay, now to the header. So for the header wrapper, we'll put text at the center, margin bottom of 4. Then we have an H2 tag here. Text size will be 4XL. Font will be black. Tracking tighter. Then the text color gray 900. Then it will be in italic. Now for this span tag, I'm going to set the text orange 500, the color. Then we have a p tag here. So text size, I'll set it to small. Text color would be gray 400, margin top of 2, font of medium, text transform uppercase, tracking widest. Now to the input section. Display will be flex direction colon, gap of 4. Then we have a div tag here. Position, I'll set that to relative. Now to the input field. I'll set the width to full, padding of 6 and padding of 4. Then border radius rounded to XL. Background color would be gray 50. I'll set border color would be transparent. Then outline none. Then on focus, the border color would take our orange color. On focus as well, the background color would be white. Then we'll add the transition as well. The text size should be small, and then the font width will be medium. Okay, so now I'm going to use the same styling for this input field. I'm going to use the same for the email input field and the password input field. So just copy it and then paste it here. For the password field as well, paste it. Let me format this so that it's going to make more sense. Alright, so we're done with that. Now to the div tag. So here we'll set the display to flex, justify, between, items, center, padding of 2, text of XX, font of bold, then transform to uppercase, then I will set tracking to widest. Then we have this p tag here. The text color will take gray. 400. Cursor will take pointer. When you hover on it, the text color should be orange. 600. Transition on the colors. Then for the other two p tags, this p tag here, text color will take orange. 600. Cursor will be pointer. When you hover on it, you should have an underline, and then the underline should have an offset of 4. So I'm going to be using the same styling here for this one as well. Okay, now to the button. I'll set the width to full. Background color would be gray. 950. Text color would be white. Padding on Y will be 5. Border radius 2XL. Font will be black. Transform the text to uppercase. Then tracking, we will set the value 0.2 EM. Text to be small. When you hover on it, background color will be orange. 600. And when you hover as well, the shadow should take 2XL. And also when you hover, the shadow color should take orange. 200 as well. Then we'll add transition on all. And then when the button is active, we want to increase the scale by 0.98. Then we'll set margin top to 4. Okay, so this is what the form looks like. This is what the login form will look like. Now, if you click on create account, it's supposed to lead us to the sign up page, right? We're supposed to see the full name input field here. So that is not working yet because we're here to implement it. So let's get that done. Now, where we have the p tag, where we want to switch in between states, so we'll add an on-click. So when you click on this, we'll call an on-click, then we'll add an on-click, then we'll call our set current states. So when we are on sign up, it should set the current state to sign up. When we're on create account, when the user clicks on create account, which is the otherwise, right? Which is the otherwise for login. Then for this as well, instead of having to retype, I'm just going to copy this and then paste it here. So it should just switch to login. So when the user clicks on login, it should display the login form. And the login form includes just email and password. But when the user clicks on create account, which is the sign up state, it should display everything, which is the full name, the email address, and the password. The only restriction here is that when the current state is on login, it should not display the input field for full name. But if it is otherwise, it should display the entire input field. So let's try that out now. So when the user clicks on create account, they would see full name, email address, and password. When they click on login, they should see just email and password field, right? So this makes sense and this is working perfectly well. So click on login and sign up page, you would see the login form. All right, so now that we're done with this, let's see the next thing we need to work on. So the very next thing we need to work on is viewing the product details page. Okay, we want to ensure that once user clicks on the icon, they're able to view the product details page, right? So if I click on this icon, I should be able to view it should lead me to the page to view the details of the product. So here in this product details page, right, we should be able to add images. We already set that already. We should be able to view all the images available for a particular product, right? We should be able to view a more detailed image. We should know which category we are in. We should know the full name of the product, the price, if it is in stock, description about the product. We should be able to select size of the product. We should be able to add to cart, get more on the delivery description and everything. We should have more description, more reviews, highlights, and also we should see product related to it, right? So let us work on viewing product details. So now I'll close everything we have on login, and then I would open the product details page. Okay, now for our product details page, let's work on it. So first off, before we're able to get the details of a product, we need to first extract the URL parameter of that product. The URL parameter will tell us the product ID, right? Let me show you what I mean. Well, on this product, the details of this particular product, right? Well, on it, we can view it. This is the URL parameter, and inside that URL parameter contains the unique ID of this product, right? So first off, we need to extract the URL parameter of whatever product we want to get the details, so that we would be able to display the details of the products that we click on, so that there won't be a mismatch. You will not click on product A and you'll be getting the details of product AE. You won't click on product B and you'll be getting the details of product BZ. Do you get? So that's what we want to do first off. So here, const product ID be equals to use params. So with this code now, we've extracted the product ID from the parameter. So we need to import use params from React Router DOM in order for this to work. Okay, so we've done that. We've extracted the product ID from the URL parameter. Now, the product that we want to display itself, we need to get it from our database or from our shop context, right? That means we need to display all the product available. We should have it stored already. Then we'll just use our product ID that we're getting from URL to select that particular product we want to view. So we need to extract const products from use context. So use context, our shop context. Also remember to import. So here we're going to import shop contexts from /context/shop contexts. So we've extracted all the products that we have, all the product list from shop context, right? Another thing we need to do is to create a state variable that would store that particular product that we want to view its details. Remember that this here is extracting all the list of products we have available. Now we need to create a state variable that is going to store the specific objects found after searching products. So here, const products, I'll name it the state variable product data, and also a setter function to update set products, data. And by default, we initialize it with null. Okay, so we've created we've written the code to extract the product ID from the URL parameter. We have the code to extract all the list of products available from our shop context, and we've also written the code to store the particular products that want to view its details after the search has been done. Okay, another thing we need to do that is very, very important is to track the size, is to track the image that is currently being featured on the big view. This is what I mean. This is the big view, right? We should be able to track which product we're viewing now. If I click on this, it's displaying another product. If I click on this, it's displaying another color of the same product. If I click on this, you can see we can do all of that. So we need to be able to track it. So const image, setter function sets image to update when there is a change. Use states, we initialize this with an empty string. Also, we should be able to track the size of the user specification, the selected specification. When the user clicks on this size or this size or this size, we should be able to track which one has been selected. So I'll have const size, setter function to update if there's a change in selection, and then I'll initialize this as well with an empty string. Okay, so that is done. Next thing to do is to write the logic for retrieving that particular data from our product. Remember that this product ID is declared, its value is never read. This product here that is fetching all the list of products is declared, its value is never read. The product data that is going to store the actual data, that is going to store and display the actual data we want to view its details, is also declared and its value is never read. So we need to create a function, an asynchronous function, to retrieve the data, where we're going to link our product ID with all the list of product and we're going to store it in our product data. So let's get to that. I would name that function fetch products data. It will be an asynchronous arrow function. It will take no parameter. And then first we need to search the product array to find the item that matches with the URL product ID. What does it mean? We want to search the product array. This right here is the product array. What we're getting from shop context. The products here, the list of products we're getting from shop context is our product array. Now we want to find in the product array the ID that matches the URL parameter, the product ID URL parameter that we're extracting from the URL. We want to find it. So here I'm going to have const, and we're going to store it in products. So const products without an s will be equal to, we want to find from our products with an s coming from shop context. Products here is what is going to store whatever we find, right? So products with an s is the array of objects that we're getting from shop context. That means it's the data, is all the list of products that we're getting from shop context. So products.find, open bracket, then we'll pass item, and now we're going to check if the item dot underscore ID matches with our product ID. Remember, once again, our product ID is the URL, the ID that we're extracting from our URL parameter. Now we're checking if the item.id, that means the product that we find here, the ID of that product matches with the extracted ID. Then we're also going to check, we'll use an if statement to check if the product is available truly. Then we're going to save the object of that product in our product data. Remember that product data is only going to store whatever we find after our search. This is where we are searching from. This variable here is only going to store whatever product we find after our search. And what are we going to find after our search? We're going to find a match between the ID of our product array, or the list of products we had, and the ID that we're extracting from our URL. Okay, so here now this is going to store it. Set product data is going to store it. And how are we going to store it? We'll use our setter function to store it. So here we'll have set product data with what? Products. This product without an s once again. Also, we need to set, once we have found it, we need to set the first image as our default preview. So we're going to set image with products that is found dot image. They will declare it here. The array will be 0. Okay, so we'll set this with the first image. All right, once this is done, we're now going to use effects, and this use effect right here would call our fetch product data function, the function that is handling the searching and then the storing of the product data. And also for best practices, we want to automatically scroll the user back to the top of the pages when we navigate to a new page. Sometimes when you click on pages, you would realize that it will just lead you to the end of the page, like on a new page. Sometimes, not all the time. So the best practices is to declare that your window dot scroll to then 0,0. Okay, so whenever we switch between pages, it will always move us to the top of that page. So let's give it a try here. Let's say I click on the details of this product and then I end up here, right? Then I come here again, I go to the home page, I click on this home page right here. Okay, I'm already on the home page, sorry, imagine. Then I click on this, you'll see that this will start at the top of the page. If I'm on women collection and then I'm at the bottom, right, and I click on this, it will always lead me to the top of all pages. It would not refer back to the last page. Okay, then also in the use effect, before our closing bracket, we need dependency array. Okay, so we'll add product ID and then products that we're getting from shop context. So that if the URL ID changes or if the product changes, our database will be updated. Okay, so now we can create our UI, right? So here I'm not going to use this return like this. Now we want to return product data. Okay, so let me just do Ctrl Z so that I can explain what this means. So we're not going to use this like this. We want to have a conditional statement, right? So we want to return product data. That means return if product data is available, display this. If it isn't, display this. Okay, so if it isn't, let's start with if the product data is not available, we should just display a simple div tag. Inside this div tag, we'll have another div tag. So we'll have a div here. So let's just create the new div. Let me open and close div. So this div, I'm going to style it so it will just have a spinning loader if there is no product. That is what this is for. But if there is product data, that means this product data is available, then we're going to display everything we have about the product object. So I would start with a div tag for this as well. So this will also have a div tag. This div tag would have another div tag. Inside this other div tag, we'll have our main product section. Now for this main product section, we'll have a div tag. Then we would have first the left image gallery. The left image gallery, it will have a div tag, a wrapper. Then we'll have another div tag. Inside this div tag is where we're going to have the dynamic image mapping. Remember that our image, the way we created the settings for the image is for it to be able to take at least 4 images, right? In our asset folder, we have an image array. Let me show you in case you've forgotten what I'm talking about. We have our image is being accepted as an array. So we can have several images. We can have 2 or more images. We can also have just 1 images. Every other product has 1 images, but this particular product has 4 images. Okay, so we need to create dynamic image mapping, okay, so that we can iterate through the image array within that product data object, that particular object that we've searched for using the URL parameter, comparing it with the products that we're getting from shop context. We want to iterate through the image array, that particular image array within the product data, and then represent the images and then display them. So if we have more than 1 images, we should be able to display all 3 or 4 images that we have. Okay, so we're going to do product data dot image dot map, then we'll pass item comma index, open our brackets, would now display the image. Now this image right here would have a key to uniquely identify each of them, and the key will be their index number of the images in the image array. And also we're going to use an onClick method to call the set image setter function so that you can display just that image. Okay, also we need to provide the source. We need to set the source of the thumbnail. That means the image that we want to be displayed, we need to set it, and it's going to be item. Okay, so that is for the image. So I'll exit this div tag, the left image gallery div tag. I'll exit it. Then now we'll now have the main image display. Now for this main image display, we'll create a div tag. Inside that div tag, we'll have our image. Then we'll provide the source with image. Image being the first image in the image array, right? Then after that, after this div tag, then we'll exit this. After this div, then we'll have our product details. So product details, which will be on the right section. So for our product details, we'll have a div tag. Inside that div tag, we'll have a nav tag, which would be like the header telling us the category of that product. So we'll have a span tag. This will take home. Then outside that span tag, we're going to display the category of that product. So here we'll have product data dot category. Okay, then still inside this, we're going to that's all. We're just going to display the category of that product. Now after this navigation tag, we're now going to have the name of the product. Okay, and that is product data dot name. If you're wondering why are we getting category, why are we getting name, remember that we have an asset folder, right? And our asset folder, for each product object, we have a name for the product, we have category for the product. Okay, and we're fetching, we have this our asset folder inside shop context, and we're fetching our products from shop context. Okay, so after the title of the product, we're going to have a div tag. Now this div tag would display the price and currency of the product, but we're yet to declare currency of our product. So we're supposed to declare our currency here in shop context so that we can use it. So const currency will be equal to $, and then we're going to export currency as well so that we can use it in other parts of our application. So that means we need to extract currency from shop context as well. So here we're supposed to extract currency. Okay, so let's continue. Now we want to display the currency and then the price of that product. So we'll have product data dot price. Then after this p tag, we'll have a span tag to display that the product is in stock. So virtually all products will be in stock for this actual project. Okay, you can make sure that some products are not in stock. Then after this div tag, we're now going to have another p tag for our product description. So here we'll have product data dot description. Then after our product description, we're going to have our size selector. Now for this size selector, we'll have a div tag. Now inside this div tag, we'll have another div tag Then we'll have a p tag that will display select size. Then we'll have a button telling us about the size guide. So if you have an elaborate size guide, you can just use a link tag that will lead to another page of size guide explaining the size guide to the user, right? So after this first div tag, we'll now have another div tag. Now inside this div tag is where we're going to map the sizes. Okay, so here we want to iterate through the sizes array. Let me show you what I mean. So let me open the asset folder. Since we're getting our product from our asset folder, right? This is sizes, right? We have an array here with different objects. This is an object, this is an object, this is an object, and they represent different sizes. So we need to iterate through each of these sizes to display them. And then we also need to uniquely identify them with their position. So this is 0, this is 1, and this is 2, right? So we'll come over here, product data dot sizes dot sizes here dot map. Right here we have size. Okay, so let's continue. Product data dot sizes dot map, open bracket, we'll pass item and then the index number to uniquely identify the size. Open our bracket, then we'll have a button. So for the button now, it would have a key so that we can know which sizes, and then we use the index number as the key. Also, when our user clicks on any of the button, we should call our set size setter function so that it can update it. It can track which size the user has clicked on, the user has selected basically. Okay, and here we want to display all the size. So the button is going to display the size, like all the 3 sizes or 4 sizes or as many sizes as you want. The button is going to display it here. Okay, the job of this on click is to track whichever size that the user has selected, and this key assigned to index is to uniquely identify each of the sizes. Okay, so after this div, this size selector div to be precise, we're now going to have our button, our call to action button, telling our user to add to bag or add to cart, whichever one you want to work with. So here we're still going to come back to this when we have our cart functionality, so that our user will be able to add to cart. We'll call our cart function, but for now we don't have it. Okay, after this button we'll now have the policies. Now for these policies we'll have a div tag. Inside this div tag we'll have another div tag. So here we're going to have 3 div tags. Okay, so for the first div tag, we're going to have an icon, this icon here, the truck icon with a self-closing tag, and then we'll have a p tag that will display this text over our currency. Then we'll add 150. Now for the second div tag, let me import this icon first off before we continue so that I wouldn't forget. Import from react icons /fi. Okay, now for the next div tag, we're going to have the shield icon. So I'm just going to type in shield. Okay, and it has been imported. If you check, yes, it has been imported. If it is not imported, please do well to just import it yourself. So here we want to show that there's a secure payment platform. Let me just add platform here. And then for the third div tag, we want to use the refresh icon. So we'll use this icon here. And then a p tag displaying 30-day hassle-free return policy. Okay, now we're now going to have the description and reviews. So I want you to count this div 1, 2, 3, 4. These 4 divs here. Then you press enter. This is where we're going to have our description and reviews. Description and reviews. Here we'll have our div tag. Then we'll have another div tag. So this is going to be 2 div tags. I'm just going to separate them. The first div tag here would have a button, and it will take this text description, and then we'll have another button, and this button here will just take reviews 1 to 2. Okay, so that's for the first div. Now to the second div, we'll have another div inside of it. Then we'll have a p tag that will take this text. So the p tag will take this text, and then we'll have another p tag that will take this text. Okay, so these 2 texts, you can pause so that you can type this, or you can just type whatever you think would be best for you. So after this div tag, we're now going to have another div tag. Now for this other div tag, we'll have an h4 tag that will have highlights. After the h4 tag, we're going to have the lists. So for this list, we're going to have 5 list items. The first one will take, so instead of having to retype and retype and retype, I'm just going to copy and paste it. So I'm just going to copy this and then paste it with what is supposed to be there. Okay, so you can just type this in. So after this now, we're now going to have our related products. So, but we're here to do anything on related products. Okay, so let us see what our product details page look like. So after this div right here, after this div, we're now going to have the related products. So for related products, we'll just have a div tag, and then we're going to mount our related product components. But for related products, we have nothing there. So I'm just going to mount it anyways. We'll still come back to it. Related products. Okay. And I'm going to import it. Import related products from /components/related products. So now let's check out what we've worked on. If we click on any product here, we should see the details of that product. So if I click on this now, you can see we have the image. We have 3 of this image, 1, 2, 3, which is the image that will be on the left section. And then we have the main product image, right? The thumbnail. Then we have all the details, and you can also see that related product has been mounted here. All right, so this is working. Now we need to style so that it can look like this. Okay, we need to style so that our product is just going to work. So we can see something like this. So let's get to work. So now let us style. So we'll start our styling with this div tag right here. So here we'll start styling. Class name, padding top will take 24, transition on opacity, then we'll add duration of 500, easing, then we'll set opacity to 100. Then we have this other div tag here. Max width of this will be 7XL. I'm going to set the margin to auto, and then padding on X to 6. Then we have the main product section. Now for this main product section, display will be flex direction will be colon. On large screen, flex direction will be row. Then we'll set a gap of 12. On large screen as well, gap will be 16. Then we have the left image gallery. Now for the left image gallery, flex will be set to 1. Display would be flex direction colon. This will be colon reverse, and then gap will be set to 4. On medium screen, flex will be row. Then we have this thumbnails section. Display would be flex. Overflow on X, I'll set it to auto. On medium screen, display flex colon. On medium screen as well, overflow on Y, I'll set that to auto. Then justify between. On medium screen, justify starts. Then I'll set gap to 3. Then I'll set the width to full. On medium screen, I'll set the width to this value, 18.7%. So let me close this so that we can have a larger screen. Now for the dynamic product mapping, we're going to style this as well. So I'm just going to press enter. So for this now, we're going to have conditional styling. So we'll have our open and curly braces, then our backtick, open backtick and close backtick. So I'm going to set the width to 24%. That will be the width. On medium screen, the width will be set to full. Then aspects, I'm setting it to square. Object will be set to cover. Cursor will be set to pointer. Border radius will be large. Then I'll set transition on all. Then I'll set border to 2. Now for the dynamic styling, we'll have template literals. So $, then open and closing curly braces. Now for this dynamic styling, we want to use standard operator to check if item is the image. If the current item is the image, then we want to have this styling. If it isn't, then we're going to have this styling. So if it is, we're going to set the border orange 500. There will be border around the image. If not, if the current image is not the active image, then border around it to be transparent. Opacity would be 80. When you hover on it, opacity will be set to 100. Okay, so then this is for the dynamic, this is for the images that will be on the left, the 3 to 4 images. Now for the main image display, I'll set the width to full. On medium screen, I'll set the width to 80%. Aspect 3/4. Overflow here will be set to hidden, and then border radius of 2XL. Then we'll set the background color to gray 50. Then for the image, we'll style that as well. The width to be set to full, the height to be full as well. Objects cover, transition, transform, duration of 500. And then when you hover on it, we'll set the scale to 110. Okay, so we're done styling this. Now for the product details on the right section, flex will be set to 1. Padding on Y will be set to 2. Then we have this right here. Display will be flex, text will be XX. It should transform to uppercase, tracking widest. Text color would be gray, 400. Margin bottom of 4, gap of 2. Then we have this span tag. I'm not going to style this particular span tag here, but I'm going to put this product and category in a span tag. So I'll cut it, then there would be a / here, then span tag, / span tag, and what I just got to be in between. Now for this other span tag, that's what I want to style. I'm not going to style it as well. Yeah, so we'll just have span tag. Yes, okay. Now to the h1 tag, which is this. We're going to style this. The text size will be 4XL. Fonts will be black. Tracking title. Text color would be gray. 900. Then there's a div tag here as well. Display will be flex, items, center, gap of 4, margin top of 4. Then we have the p tag here. Text size will be 3XL. The font will be set to bold. The text color would be orange, 600. Then we have a span tag here. Padding on X will be 2, padding on Y will be 1. Background will be green, 100. Text size would be 10 pixels, yes, 10 pixels. Then the font will be set to bold, rounded. Then we'll have uppercase, then tracking title. Then there is this p tag for product description. I'll set margin top of 6. The text color would be gray, 500. Leading relaxed. Max width of large. Then for this size selector, I'll set margin on Y to 8. Then there's a div tag here as well. Display will be flex, justify, between, items, center, margin bottom of 4, max width of XX. Then to the p tag, font will be bold, text small, text transform uppercase. Then we'll have tracking widest. Then the buttons, the text size will be small as well. Text color would be orange, 600. Then underline. Then to the div tag here, display will take flex, gap will be 3. Inside this div tag we have a button. Okay, so I'll style this button, and this button will take a dynamic styling. Okay, so we'll set the height of the button to 12, the width will be 14, display will be flex, items at the center, justify center, rounded XL. We'll set the border to 2, the text size will be small, font will be bold. Then we'll have transition all. Then we'll have our template literals, which is the conditional styling. Now I want to check if the item is active. If the size is active, we want to check if the current item matches the size that is saved in the state. If it matches, then we want to apply background, then a white text and a shadow. If there is no match, we're going to apply a light gray border and background for the unselected sizes. Okay, so that's just basically what we want to do. So I'll use a ternary operator. If this is active, then we want to have this styling. If it is not, then we want to have the styling. So if it is active, we'll set the border to gray, 900. Then the background color as well will be gray, 900. Text color will be set to white. Shadow will be large. Then if it is not, the border would be gray, 100. The background color would be gray, 50. The text would be gray, 600. And then when you hover on it, the border would be set to gray, 300. Okay, then we have this add to cart button here. For this button, the width will be full, On medium screen, max width will be XX. Background color would be gray, 950. Text color will be set to white. Padding on Y will be 5. Border radius of 2XL. Font bold. Then text transform to uppercase. Then tracking with this value 0.2 EM. Text size here will be set to small. Then when you hover on it, the background color should change to orange, 600. When you hover as well, we want to have the shadow to be 2XL. Transition on all. Then once the button is active, scale 95. Okay, that is for the add to cart button. Now for the policies, which is at the bottom. Now for these policies, margin top will be set to 10. Display would be grid. Grid goes 1. I'll set gap to 4. Border top. Then the border color would be gray, 100. Padding top of it as well. Now for this div tag here, display will be flex, items, center, gap of 3, text of small, text color gray, 600. Now for the icon, so set the text here to orange, the color of the icon actually, orange 500, and the size will be large. Then for the p tag, we're just going to leave it as it is. Okay, so for this now, for this div tag, each of these policies, we're going to be using the same styling. So I'll just copy what I have here. I'll paste it in this other div tag and this other div tag. Then for the icon styling, the same thing. Okay, so there's a problem somewhere. Let me see. Okay, this does not have a closing quote, and this as well. Okay, so everything is set. We're not styling that particular area. Now for description and reviews, if you have not subscribed to my channel, please do well to subscribe. Drop your comments and let me know what you want me to work on next. So here we'll set a gap of 8. Border would be bottom, border gray, 100. Then for these buttons here, I'm just going to style them together. Padding bottom of 4, text of small, then font width will be medium, text transform to uppercase, tracking widest, text color. Okay, so tracking widest, yes. Then the first one, the description, will have a border bottom of 2 and the border color gray, 900. Then for the second one, which is the review, text color would be gray, 400. And then when you hover, we'll set the text color to gray, 900. Transition on the colors, transition on color switch. Okay, then we have another div tag right here. So for this div tag, padding on Y will be 10, display would be grid, grid goes 1, on medium screen, grid goes 2, gap of 12 on medium screen. There shouldn't be space, that was my mistake. Alright, for the next div now, space on Y will be set to 4, text gray, 500, leading relaxed. Then we have this div tag here. Background color, will set that to gray, 50, padding of 8, border radius of 3XL. Then for the H4, font of bold, margin bottom of 4. Then this UL display would be grid, grid goes 2, gap on Y will be set to 3, text size will be small, Text color would be gray 600. Then the list style will be disk. Padding left to be set to 4. Alright. Now for this div tag that wraps around the related product, height to be screen. Oh no. Margin top will be set to 20. Padding bottom will be set to 20. Yes. Then we have this div tag here. So if we have no data at all, we'll set the height to screen. Display will be flex, items, center, justify, center. Then for this here, width to be set to 10, height to be set to 10, border bottom, border color orange 200, border top orange 500, border radius, then animate spin. Okay, so this is what you should see in the product details page. You can see the image right here. Then we have the main image display. You can see the category, the name of the image, the price, the size selector. If you select any size, you can see whichever one is inactive, there's a color applied to it, and whichever one is active, there's a color. Then there's a button to add to carts, there's description, and there's review. So this is the product details page. Now we need to work on the related product so that we can display product related to a particular product. Right now, all we have here is just related product. Okay, we need to be able to display products that are related to that particular product. So let's get to it. So I'm going to close this product here, and then we're going to open our component, the related product. So for this related product now, we're going to write the code to display products related to whichever product that we click on, that we view its product details page, whichever product that is in the same category with it. So let's get to it. So now for product details in the related, first we need to pass category here, category of the products. So category would be here, and also in our pages, in the products where we have related products. In the related products, we're going to we'll pass category product data dot category. Okay, so we'll pass this here, and then in related product, we'll call the category here. Now, first off, we need to extract our product data and currency from our shop context. Okay, so it allows the components to react whenever the main product list changes. So we'll just call products, then currency, use context would be shop contexts. Then we're going to create a state variable that is going to store our related product. So it's only going to store specific products that are related to the correct items. So const related products, and then a setter function sets related products. It should be with an S, related products, set related products. We're going to initialize it with an empty array, and then we'll now do some filtering. So we'll use effects for that. So first, safety check. We need to ensure that the product is loaded, and then there's a category that is defined before attempting to filter. So we'll do if products dot length, the product that we're getting in from our shop context, is greater than 0, and also there's a category. Then open our curly braces. If there's products, that means if the length of the product is greater than 0 and then category has been defined, then the first step is to filter that by category. So we're going to have const filtered. So this variable here is going to is going to store the filtered product. So const filtered will be equals to, now let's filter products dot filter, open brackets, then we'll pass item, then we'll check if item dot category dot to lowercase. We're using to lowercase because of case sensitivity to ensure that nothing is broken, everything matches, just in case if the category in our product listing, in our product array, is in lowercase while the category in our related product is in uppercase, both of them should be converted to lowercase so there won't be any mismatch, right? So item.category.to lowercase function matches category dot to lowercase function as well. Then after this closing bracket, then we'll now take the next step, which is to limit the result. So we only want to display 4 products that are related to whichever current product we are viewing. So we'll use the slice method, dot slice open bracket 0, 4. So we want to display the first 4 items. Okay, let me close this and then format so that I can explain better. Alright, so first step is to extract our product and currency from shop context. The product is the product array that we have been working with and we have it in our shop context, right? The next step is to create a state variable and a setter function. The state variable is going to hold the related products and we initialize this with an empty array. The related product as in products that are related to the current product details that we're looking at, right? We want to see products that are related to it that are in the same category. And then we have a setter function. The setter function is going to be updating our related products if there is any changes. Let's say the first product we're viewing is in men category and then we move on to female category, it should update it. From female category, let's say we move back to men category, it should update our related product. Let's say from female category we move to kids category, this setter function is going to update it, right? That's what this line of code does. Now for this use effect, we want to filter for after effects. So first is the safety check. We're checking first if our product is loaded, if there's any product at all in whatever we're fetching, and also if category is defined, if it's established. If it is, then we can now go on with this. Okay, so now for this const filtered, this is a variable or declaring a variable here, and what that variable is storing is this. So here we want to filter, we want to check product or filter, we want to filter product to check if the item, the current item that we're viewing, if the category matches our own category that we have in related products, and we're converting both of them, both categories, to lowercase so that there will not be a mismatch. And also we want to display just 4 products. After we're filtered, we want to display just 4 products that are related to that category. All right, so after this, now we're now going to update the states with the final selection with the first 4. That is what our related product is going to store. So here, set related product with our filtered product. After our filter, we found a match and we're displaying just 4, right? And right here, we're going to load this with category and then products as dependency array. Okay, so if category changes, user clicks a different product, this is going to run, or if product is updated, this is going to run. Alright, so now that that is done, the next thing we need to work on is the UI of our related product. So I'm going to delete this. Then first we'll start with the section header. This section header here would have a div tag, and then we're now going to have the product grid. This product grid as well will have a div tag. Now first the section header. For the section header we have our div tag, then we'll have a span tag. This span tag would be, you might also like, then we'll have an h2 tag that will take this text. We'll have a span tag. Then after this h2, we're now going to have a div tag, a self-closing div tag. After this div tag is our product grid. Now for our product grid, we're going to map over our related products to display each related product, the first 4 related products. So we'll do a safety check here. We want to ensure that there's something in our related product truly before we start displaying. So if related product dot length is greater than 0, then we should do this. If it isn't, then we should do this. So if it is, let's start with if it is, we should map over it and then display products. No. Oh, by the Control Z. We should display products. Yes. Okay, we should have products. Then here, open our bracket. Then we'll have a div tag. Now inside this div tag is for each grid, right? So here, this div will have a key, and the key would be product._id. This product here ._id, so that we can uniquely identify each of the 4 products. So we'll start with a div tag. Inside this related products card now, we'll start with a div tag. This div tag would have an image, and that image, the source will be product.image. I want to display the first image in the image array. Then after this image, we're now going to have another div tag. So this other div tag would be the button that will appear when we hover. So this button here would use a link tag, not just link from React Router DOM, and this link will display this view details. Okay, now this link is going to lead somewhere. We want to ensure that when the user clicks on the link, it leads them to the product details page. So we're just going to do our regular dynamic routing. So here /products/ $, then our template literals products ._id. Okay, so after this link tag, then we'll now have the text content, our product text content. So we'll have a div tag here. Let me add a space. We'll have a div tag here. For this div tag, we'll have an h3 tag, and that h3 tag will take product.name, the name of the product. Then we'll have a p tag, which is going to display the currency, and then product price. So here, now for if there's nothing in the related product, this open and close brackets here, we'll have a div tag. Inside this div tag, we'll have a p tag, and it should say nothing in related products. Alright, so now if we view our product details page, you can see that we have product right here that are in the same category. You can see that all these are women's clothing. Alright, let me go back to the home page, and then let me click on kids clothing. You can see all the products that will be displayed will be kids clothing. Let me click on menswear. You will see that all the products that will be displayed will be related to this. Okay, so that means that this is working perfectly well. So let us style. So now we'll start with this div tag here. Let me format the document so that it's going to make more sense. We'll start with this. Margin top will take 24. Then the section header, margin bottom of 12. Display will be flex direction. We'll set that to column, item at the center. Then for this span tag, text would be orange, 500. Font will be bold. Text transform to uppercase. Then tracking with this value 0.4 em. Text size will be 10 pixels. Margin bottom of 2. Then we have this h2 tag here. Text size of 3XL. Font color would be black. Then tracking tighter. Text color would be gray, 900. Then for this div tag, margin top of 4, height will be 1 pixels, width will take 20, background color would be gray, 200. Now to the product grid, display grid codes 2. This is going to be grid codes 4. We'll set a gap of 10. Now for each product card, group display will be flex direction will be colon. Then we have this product image wrapper, display will be, position will be set to relative, aspects of this value 4/5, overflow will be hidden, border radius of 2xl, background color would be gray, 50, transition on all, duration will be set to 500, and then group hover will have shadow 0_20 pixels _40 pixels _ this color code. And then for the image itself, I'm going to set the height to full, the width as well will be set to full, object cover, object at the center, transition transform, and then I'll set duration to 700, ease out, then group over, scale of 110. Then here we have the view details. Position will be set to absolute here. I'll set bottom to 4, left to half, negative translate on X to half, then translate on Y will be set to 4, opacity will be 0, transition on all, then we'll have duration of 300, group hover, translate of Y to 0, then group over, opacity 100. Now to the link tag, we'll start with this as well. Then we'll have white space, no wrap, border radius will be set to full, background color will be white, 90, backdrop blur medium, padding on X will be 6, padding on Y will be set to 2, text will be XX, font will be set to bold, text transform uppercase, tracking widest, text gray 900. Then we'll have a shadow of small XL. Then when you hover on it, background color becomes orange 500. When you hover as well, text will be white, then transition on the colors. Alright, next is the product text content. I'll set margin top to 5, text at the center. Then to the H3, text to be small, font to be bold, text color would be gray. 900. Text transform to uppercase. Tracking types. Group over. The text color becomes orange. 600. And then transition on colors. Transition on the colors. And then we have the p tag. Margin top of 1, text size of small, the font medium, text of gray, 500. Then the text to be in italic. Yes. Now for when there is nothing related, we'll set scroll span to full, flex direction, flex colon, display will be flex, items at the center, padding of y will be set to 20, we'll have a border and then the border will be dashed, border color would be gray, 400, then the border radius of 3xl. Then to the p tag, the text color, then the text size will be small and it will be in italic. So this is what the styling looks like. So if you click on view details, it will take you to the details of this. If you click on view details, it will take you to the details of this. Okay, so we're done with the product details page and we're done with the related products page. Now we need to work on the collection. So when you click on men, it should lead you to men's collection. When you click on women, it should lead you to women collection. When you click on kids, it should lead you to kids collection. So I'm going to close this and then I'm going to open pages. I'll open the collection. Okay, now for our collection, we're going to be very, very logical and strategic about this. Right, first off, we need 3 images for the banner, right? So we need to import the images from our asset folder. So we need to import, I'm just going to name it women banner from /assets/ women banner.png. That should be the name. Let me see. Women banner.png. Okay, we need to import men banner as well. /assets/men banner. You need to ensure that the name matches so that there won't be a mismatch. So here, where's the we don't have men banner here, is menwear.png. So menwear.png. Let me open it so that we're going to see. You can see it's menwear. Then for kids banner as well, from /assets/ for kids, it is kidbanner.png. So kidbanner.png. Okay, we've imported the pictures that we're going to be using right now. For our collection will be based on our URL parameter, right? We need to grab the category from our URL segment, and it allows the page to know exactly which section the user is visiting. Okay, so let me explain what I mean. Now back to the home page. If I click on this now, if I click on men's category, you can see in the URL we have /category/men. That is how we set it, right, when we're creating a navigation bar. If I click on women category now, you can see /category/women. If I click on kids, you can see /category/kids. So we need to grab, or let me just use extract the category segment from the URL parameter, and we're going to be using use params from React Router DOM. Okay, so here const category will be equals to use params. We need to import use params. from React router DOM. Alright, that's the first step. Now we need to extract the products and the currency. Okay, we need to extract the product from shop context. So we're going to have const products, comma, currency, use context, the same way we have been extracting shop contexts. We also need to import, do not forget that, import shop contexts. It will be inside the curly braces. Import shop context from our context folder / shop context. Okay, we've done those two things. The next thing to do now is to filter our products. Okay, so here I'm going to create a variable that will hold the filtered products. Then we'll do products that we're getting from the shop context dot filter, open brackets, we'll pass products. After the brackets, we're going to keep only products that matches the category in the URL parameter. Okay, and also we'll convert it to lowercase so that it's going to match whatever we have in our product. So here we'll do products that we're fetching from shop context dot category dot to lowercase method that matches with our category itself dot to lowercase. Okay, so that is that about that. Then press enter. Let me close this. Now another thing we're going to do is the dynamic asset mapping. We're going to map our image to our category. Okay, we have the women banner, we have the kids banner, we have the men banner. We want to ensure that once we're on women category, we see women banner. Once we're on kids category, we see kids banner. Once we're on men category, we see men banner. So we want to use this dynamic asset mapping so that we will not have to be using the long if else chain. Instead of having to do if category is men, then display this image. If category else, display this image, else display. We don't have to go through that route. So we'll just use dynamic asset mapping. So we'll create an object to associate a string name of the category with the specific imported image. So I would create a variable that would hold that. So this is the variable here. Now for this object, we'll have men, and men will take men banner, comma, the next object, women will take women banner. Next, kids will take kids banner. Simple. Okay, so we're done with the few logics that we're going to be using here. Then we can now work on our UI. Alright, so I'm going to delete this now. Then we'll start with the header. So here we'll have the header. This header will take this div tag. After the header, we'll now have our banner section. That itself will take a div tag. After the banner section, we'll now have the product grid display. Then we're done. Okay, so let's start with the header. Now for this header, we would have a navigation tag and also a div tag after the nav tag. So let's start with the navigation tag. This navigation tag would take this text home, but that home will link to home. So this link here the text will be home. So if we'll set the path, and that would be /, which is going to lead to home. once the user or whoever uses it clicks on it, then we'll have a span tag. Oh, Control Z, Control Z. What did I do? All right, we'll have a span tag, and this span tag is just going to take /. And then we'll have another span tag that is just going to display category, like the current category that we are in. Then for this div tag here, we'll have an h1 tag. That h1 tag, we want to display the name of that category, and then a span tag displaying category as a text as well. Okay, after this h1 tag, we'll have a p tag. Now for this p tag, we want to show the count of our filtered product. So showing filtered product dot length, we'll get the length of it, length. Okay, please be mindful of the spelling. So filtered products, showing the length, let's say it's just 12 products that is in that category, it will display it results. Okay, then we have the banner section. Now this banner section, we'll have another div tag. This other div tag, we're going to map over the banner images object to display the image that match with that category. Okay, so instead of having long if else chain, like I said earlier, we're just going to use banner images objects, and then we'll check for category. If the category is men, it should look for banner that matches with banner images.men. If the category is women, it should look for that as well. So we're going to call banner images, put category here. We'll just use a ternary operator. If banner images category matches, then we want to display an image. If it doesn't, then we want to display this. Okay, if it does, we'll display an image. Control Z. Let me just have image, and that image, the source is going to be the banner images category. Okay, if it does not match, then we'll have a div tag that will display a p tag, and then we're just going to display a text, the category, and then collection. Collection is supposed to be outside this. Then now to the product grid. For our product grid, we'll have a div tag, right? Inside that div tag is where we would filter our product, but we need to do some safety checks, right? So we need to know if the length of the product is greater than 0. Use a ternary operator to do this. If it isn't, then we'll do this. Let's start with if the length is greater than 0. We'll have a div tag. For that div tag, we're going to look through the filtered subset of the product to generate the UI card. So filtered.map products, then we would render a div tag here for each card, and it will have a key, and the key would be product._id to uniquely identify each of them. Now inside this product card, we'll have an image. So before the image, we would have an image card. So we'll have a div tag here, then we'll have an image. After that, we're now going to have, after the image here, we're going to have a div tag. Inside that div tag, we'll have a button that will display this text, quick add. Then we'll now have the details. So outside this image card, we'll have our details. So we'll have a div tag here. We'll have an h3 tag for the name of the product. This will be product.name. Then we'll have a p tag for product price, product dot price. Okay, now if it isn't, we would have a div tag. That div tag will have an h3 tag, and it will just display no products found. All right, so this is what this is going to look like now. I'm going to delete this because we didn't use it. Okay, now let us check. So if I click on main category, I should see this right here. I should see this banner, and then okay, right now we're having no product found, so we need to check why that is happening. But you can see we have the men's banner is displaying, showing 9 products. We have 9 products in main category. Now let us see what went wrong. Okay, let's see what went wrong. Okay, you can see right here, filtered product is supposed to be dots length. Okay, now you can see we have products, but the images are not coming up because I didn't add the source of the image here. Okay, so here we're supposed to have product dot image, the first image in the image array. Okay, you can see now it has rendered all the images that we have in main category. If I click on women, you can see we have the banner, we have all the images for women category. If I click on kids, you will see the kids banner, and then we'll see all the products that are here. All right, so let us style this now, and then we'll move on to our cart section. Okay, let's start with this div tag. Padding top of 20, padding bottom of 20. Now for the header, margin of auto, max width of 7XL, padding of 6, margin bottom of 8. Then display will be flex, text to be 10 pixels, uppercase, tracking with this value 0.2 EM. Text color will set it to gray, 400, margin bottom of 4, gap of 2. Then we have the link. When you hover on it, the text color should take orange, 500. Okay, then we have this span tag here. Text color should be gray, 900. The font will be bold. Then we have this div tag here. Display would be flex, colon. On medium screen, flex will be row. On medium screen, items starts at the end, justify between, gap of 4. Then we have an h1 tag. The text size will be 4XL. Text, the font will be black, so font black. Tracking tighter. Text color would be gray, 900, and it should transform to uppercase. Then we have a p tag here. Text to be small, and then the text color would be gray, 500. The font will be medium, and it should be italic. Then we have the banner section. Now for this div tag, margin of auto, max width of 7XL, padding of 6, margin bottom of 16. And here, position here will be set to relative height of 250 pixels. On medium screen, height of 400 pixels. The width will be set to full, overflow hidden, rounded 2.5 rem, background color of gray, 100, and then we'll set shadow to large. No, we'll set shadow to XL small. Yeah. Then we have this image here. Height will be set to full, width as well full, objects, cover, transition, transform, duration of 2 seconds. When you hover on it, scale 105. Yes. Then we have this div tag. Display will be flex, height will be full, width will be full as well. Items, center, justify center. Background color would be gray, 200. Then we have a p tag here. Text color would be gray, 400. Font will be medium. Tracking, widest. Then text transform to uppercase. Then we have the product grid. Max width of auto. Okay, MX auto, not max as in MEX. Then max width of 7XL. Padding on X will be 6. Then we have the grid display. Display will be grid. Grid cost 4. Gap on X will be 8. Gap on Y would be 16. Then we have the filtered product card group. Then display will be flex direction, colon. Then we have the div tag here. Position will be relative. Aspects will be set to 3/4. Overflow hidden. Rounded 2XL. Background of gray 50. Transition all. And then the duration should last for 500. Group hover, shadow of 2XL. Then the image, the height I'll set it to full, the width will be full, objects cover, transition, transform, duration of 700, not 1000. Then we have this quick button here. Position will be absolute. Insert on X will be set to 0. Bottom 0. Padding of 4. Translate on Y will be full. Then group over. Translate on Y will be 0. Then transition, transform. Then we'll set a duration of 300. Alright, the button itself, the width will be full, background white 90, backdrop blur, medium, padding on Y will be set to 3, border radius will be set to XL, text would be 10 pixels, fonts black, text transform uppercase. Then we'll have tracking widest. Text color would be gray, 900. And then when you hover on it, the background will be orange, 500. When you hover again, text color would be white. Then we'll add transition on the colors. Okay, and then we have these details here as well. Margin top of 6. Then to the name, text will be small, font bold, text color gray 900, text transform uppercase, tracking tights, group over, the text color should tend to orange 600, then transition on the colors. Then we have the price. Margin top will take 1, text will be base, fonts will be set to black, text color gray 950. Now if no product is found, display will be flex direction will be column, items center, justify center, padding on Y will be set to 40, and then text at the center. Then we have an H3, text of Excel, font will be bold, text color would be gray 900. Alright, so eventually this is what we're going to have. You can see how this is looking. When you hover on it, you can see these are the products. When you hover on it here, quick add, quick add, quick add, quick add. Okay, so let me check on men's category. You can see the picture has changed and the product as it has changed. Women's category, you can see right here. Okay, this makes a lot of sense. Now what we need to work on is adding to carts. We should be able to add all of these products to carts. So let's get to that. Now for our cart page, we'll start creating it. So I'm going to open the cart page, but before opening the cart page, we need to do a few things in our shop context. Remember I said earlier that the context is like the brain of this application, right? So we need to have some functions and variables defined here so that we can use it in another part of the application. Let me explain what I mean. So now this is the application, right? This is what we're trying to build. Not connected the backend. Okay, this is what we're trying to build, right? We want to ensure that we are able to add items to cart from different section of the pages, right? We want to ensure that we can see our cart items. So we're going to have function to add to cart, and that function will be used in the cart details page, right? So when you click on this button, you're able to add items to cart, right? And also when you view the details of this page as well, you should also see add to cart. We should be able to call the add to cart function anywhere in the application. So that's why we want to have some functions in the brain, let me put it that way. So first thing I'm going to do here is to create a state variable that is going to that would store our cart items. So I'm going to have const cart items setter function to update when there are new items in the cart, and we're going to initialize it with an empty array. Okay, and now we can now start creating our function. So the first function we're going to create is the add to cart function, and what this function does is to add an item to cart. Okay, so I'll name the function add to cart, and it's going to be an asynchronous function, asynchronous arrow function. The parameters are going to be the item ID and then size. When we're adding an item to cart, we need to get the ID of the item, right? Also, for this particular project, we want to ensure that size is chosen, the size of the product that we want to add to cart. If you do not add a size and you click on add to cart, you should get this notification, select product size to continue. Okay, and when you select the size of the product, you can now add to cart. You get a message that the product has been added successfully. All right, so size is necessary and also the item ID is necessary. So now let us do we'll write our guard. So we'll use an if statement to check if not size. That means if size is not available, then we'll display a toast notification, toast.error, Ctrl-Z, toast.error, select product size to continue, then return. So we need to import toast notification here. Import toast from React Toastify. Okay. But here we're checking if there's no size available. We want to display an error message, right? Now, outside this if is when there is size. The first thing it's going to do before you add anything to cart is to check if there's size. If there's no size, it displays an error message. If there's a size, we want to create a copy of the current cart item to avoid direct state mutation. Okay, so we're going to have consts updated carts will be equals to spread the cart items. Okay, and also we're now going to check if the item is not already in the cart, then we're going to add it to the cart with the we'll add the selected size, and then the quantity is going to be 1. We initialize the quantity by 1. So if not updated carts, we'll check the item ID, open curly braces, then updated carts item ID will be equals to, in curly braces, then an array will have size, and then we'll add 1 here. So what we just did here is to check if the item is not already in the cart, we're adding the item with the selected size and initialize the quantity with 1. But else, that means if the item is already in the cart, we are just going to increase the quantity of that item and the selected size by 1. So updated carts item ID size will be equal to updated carts item ID the size when the size is not 0, then we're going to increase it by 1. When the quantity is not 0, we would increase it by 1. Okay, now that this is done, we're just going to update the cart state with the new cart item. So to update the cart state, we use set cart item with the new one, updated carts. Okay, so now that this has been added to cart, all we need to do is to display a success message, toast.success products added to carts successfully. Okay, so we're done with this now. Now we're going to add this function to the values that we want every other component to have access to. Now we're done with this function. The next function we need to work on is getting the cart count. The cart count is the number of items that is in the cart. The number of items, if we have 2 items in the cart, if we have 4, if we have 20 items in the cart, we should be able to get the cart count. So here, const get cart counts. We'll create that function. First thing we need to do is to initialize the total counts to 0. So we're going to let total counts be equals to 0. Then we're going to iterate over each item in the cart object. The item represents the product, right, in the cart item object. So we want to iterate over each item in the cart item object. So for consts items in cart items. Also, we would iterate over all the sizes for that current product. Okay, so we would have another for const item in cart items. Then we'll use an if statement to check if the quantity for the current size is greater than 0. So if cart items item is greater than 0, then we'll add the quantity of the current size to the total count. So here, total count plus equals cart items item. Okay, then after this, after the nested for loop that we have, we're now going to return the total count of the item. So we'll return total count. Okay, now we've done get cat count. We've completed for get cat count. Next thing we need to work on, the next function. Let me reduce this. Okay, the next function we're going to work on is to update the quantity of item. Okay, so we're going to have const update quantity. This will be an asynchronous arrow function, and our parameter, when updating the quantity of an item, we need the item ID, right? We need the size of the item, and we need the current quantity of the item. We're updating quantity, so obviously we're going to need the current quantity. Let's say the item is 2 and we want to update it to 3. We need to know that the item is currently 2 before we add 1 more to it. So first step here is to create a deep copy of the current items object to avoid mutating states directly. So here we'll do let's cat data be equals to structured clone cat items. Then we're going to update the quantity for the specified item and size in that copied cat data. So this cat data, we want to update it. We're using item ID and size to recognize that particular cat data. So we want to update it now. We want to update the quantity for this particular item ID and size. Or Ctrl Z here. Okay, then we're now going to update the states with the modified cat data. So we'll update our cat item state with cat data. So that is how we update the quantity of item. Also, I would add the value here, update quantity. Then now, the next function is to get the cat amount. The cat amount will be the total amount of item in a particular cat. So we're going to have const get cat amount. It will be an asynchronous function. It will be an arrow function, I mean. So first we need to initialize total amount to 0. So here, let's total amount equals 0. And then we're going to iterate over each item in the cat items. And we'll use the item ID to represent the product in that cat, to represent each of the items. So let's iterate for Ctrl Z, for const item ID in cat items. We need to find the product information in the product array that matches the current item ID. Okay, so const item inf equals products dot find method, open brackets, would pass product, then we'll check product dot underscore ID if it matches that item ID. Okay, so you might be wondering why we need to get the item info, right? You know, the way this application works is that we can have different users, right, that would log in, take a look at the website, order an items, add it to their cart, place order basically. That means we're going to have several cart items in our database. We're going to have several products in the cart. So when you want to compute the cart amount, that is the total amount that a certain person is going to pay, you need to ensure that you're calculating correctly in the sense that you're calculating that particular person's item. So to know the item that the person got, right, we need their info. We need the ID of that particular item in list of items, in list of carts that we have. So that's why we're computing. That's why we need to get the item info first, information about that particular item, before we proceed to calculating the cart amounts. Okay, I hope that is clear. So once we're able to get it, we're now going to proceed. But before we proceed, we'll use an if statement to check if item info is available. Then we'll iterate over all the sizes of the current item in the cart. So for const size in cart items item ID, then we'll calculate the cost for the current size, and the cost will be the price times the quantity, and we'll add it to the total amount. So here total amount to be equal to, to be plus equal to item info dot price multiplied by cart items item ID and then the size. So once this is done, we're able to calculate. Now we're going to, after this iteration, we're now going to return the final calculated total amount for all the items that we have in cart. So return total amount. Okay, so now we've been able to compute all the functions necessary. Let me add the get cart counts, get cart amount, to this. Okay, so we have the function to add item to cart. We have the function to get the cart amount, that is the quantity of item that is in the cart. We have the function to update the quantity of item, and we also have the function to get the total amount of item we have in the cart. So with this now, we can now create our cart page. So I'm going to close the context and I'm going to open carts. In our carts page, there are certain things that we need, right? And we need to pull what we need, the functions that we need from our shop context. We need the currency, we need the products, we need the cart items, we need the function to update quantity, and we also need the navigate. But we're going to come back to that later on. So first, let us extract what we need. We need products, currency, cart items, updates quantity, and here use context, shop context. So since shop context did not import, I'm just going to do it manually. Context / shop context. All right, so that is done. Next thing we need to do is to create a local state here in this page. We need to create a state variable that is going to hold the carts in this page. So const, I'm going to name cart data, setter function, set cart data. Use state, we initialize it with what? An empty array. Okay, then we're now going to do few things. Transformation, we're going to do few transformation. So we'll use effects. First thing first that we're going to do is safety check. We need to check if there's product at all, then we can continue. If there's no product at all, it should just return, it should just stop running. So if products dot length equals 0, return. Also, another safety check is to ensure that our cart item is a valid object so that we would prevent crash. So we'll check if not cart items or type of cart items is not equal to objects. This is supposed to take to equal sign since we already have not. Then set the cart data to an empty array. We'll call set cart data, then we'll set it to an empty array, and then we'll just return. So we've done our safety checks, and that will be inside this use effect, and it's going to run just once when the component mounts. Alright, still inside our use effects, we're going to turn the object, our cart object, into an array of item ID and size object. You're going to see that now. So we're going to create a variable that is going to hold that. So this variable would hold that. Now we'll do object dot entries cart items dot flat map, open brackets, open another bracket, open an array. We want to turn it into an array of item ID and sizes. After the closing array and one closing brackets, we're now going to process the sizes. So here we're going to have objects dot entries sizes. Then we only want to keep the entries where the user actually has one or more of that size. So dot filter, we'll use filter here, open brackets, open one more, then comma, quantity, and then we'll check if the quantity is greater than 0. Then we would continue dot map. So we want to map to clean the object structure, and we will combine the ID from the parent loop with the size and quantity from this loop. So dot map, open another bracket, so pass size, comma, quantity, then we'll open our brackets, our curly braces. We'll now have ID, which is going to be the item ID, comma, size, and then quantity. Okay, right here, this is supposed to be size, not sizes. All right, so what we just did now is just to flatten the nested object. Okay, we turned the cart items main object into an array, and then we process the sizes, and then we're only keeping entries where the user has more than one of that size, and we clean the object structure. So what we did is to combine the ID from the parent loop, which is this, from this loop. We combine both ID and also the size and the quantity. Okay, now that we've done this, we're now going to do one more thing. We're going to update the local state with the flattened array. So we're just going to do set cart data with temp data. Here, before we finish this logic, we're going to pass cart items and products as our dependency array. So this use effect here is just going to run every time an item is added. It's going to run once every time an item is added or removed on the quantity of an item changes. That's when this is going to run. Okay, now we can now work on the UI. All right, so we'll start with the header, which will have a div tag. After the header, we'll have our cart items lists, and that will also have a div tag. So now to the header, we'll have an h1 tag, bag, then we'll have a span tag that will just take full stop. We're going to style that later. Then after this, we're now going to have a div tag with a self-closing tag. Then our cart items list. For the cart items list, we're going to map over our cart data, okay, we're getting an error here. Oh, this is supposed to be cart data. Yeah, so we're going to map through our cart data to display its. Okay, open our curly braces. Now, first off, for every product in the database, we're going to check its unique ID, right? We need to ensure that the ID matches the ID of the item currently in our cart. If a match is found, product data is going to hold it. So let's create products data that would hold whatever we find. So products with an S dot find method products. We'll check if product dot underscore ID equals item dot underscore ID. If no product matches, so if not product data, just return null. So that's our first safety check here. And if a product is found, we're going to return the UI. Now this div tag will be the container, and to uniquely identify each cart items, we'll pass the index. Now we're going to have the product info first. That will take a div tag. After the product info, we're now going to have the quantity info, and that as well will have a div tag. So let us start with this product info group. So div tag will have the first div tag. The first one will take an image, and that image, the source would be product data dot image, the first item in the image array. After this div, we would have another div. Then we'll have an h3 tag inside that div, which would give us the name of that product. So here, product data dot name. After h3, we'll have another div, and that will be for our price. So we need the currency, and then we need the price. Then we're now going to have a span tag for size, and then we're going to pass item dot size. Okay, now we're done with the product info group. Next is our quantity info. So we have a div tag, we'll have another div tag here. We'll have the p tag, quantity. After this, we'll have an input field, and this input, the type is going to be number. Okay, so the default value is going to be item dot quantity, the first quantity of item that is declared, right? Okay, next we'll set the minimum value to 1, and then we're going to use an unchanged method. If there is an event, we'll pass event here. Then we'll start with our guard logic. So first, we need to ensure if the input is empty or 0, we'll set it to do nothing, and this is going to prevent the cart from breaking or accidentally deleting an item. So we're going to do e.target.value if it equals nothing, or e.target.value is equals 0, then it should do nothing. But if there is value truly in the input field, we should be able to update from that input field. Okay, so we'll call the update quantity function, and then we'll pass item dot underscore ID, comma, item dot size, comma, then the number a.target.value so that we can update it. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about here. When we're on the cart page, right, this is our quantity box here. By default, this item has just one, right? This is the default value. The first thing we did was to check if the value is nothing or 0, the code should do nothing, right? It should be null. If there's nothing inside this, which is impossible, because if there's nothing inside, that means the item is not added to cart. But we just need to use that guard logic. Anything could go wrong. But if there's something inside, if there is a value inside, we should be able to update that value. Alright, we should be able to increase and decrease the value. Right now we have 1, we can increase, you can see, we can decrease. Get. So this is what I'm talking about. And if the value keeps dropping, it should just do nothing. I'm clicking on decrease now. The minimum value is already set to 1. And I'm clicking on decrease, nothing is going wrong. It's not decreasing, right? The item still remains 1. Okay, but if the user doesn't want this item in the cart anymore, they can just click on this button and delete the item in the cart. So instead of having to reduce less than 1 and then our code start generating error, there's error everywhere, already add the guard to it. I hope you understand that. So next thing now is the delete button. Okay, so after this div tag for quantity, after this first div right here, we're now going to have our button. We'll have the button here, and then we'll use the trash icon. I'm just going to type it in. So I'm going to import it so that I won't forget. Import trash from React icon /fi. Okay. Now this button, the job of this button is to delete the item, right? So here we'll use onClick method, and then we're going to call the update quantity here. And you might be wondering why we're calling update quantity. You're going to say when we call update quantity, we need to specify the ID of the item, and we also need to specify the size of the item. And now, because we want to delete, we're going to update the quantity of the item to 0. Once an item is 0, it's going to be deleted. Okay, so this is done now. We have our carts. So let us see what we've done so far. But before we see what we've done so far, we still need to do few things. And those few things are, let me show you what I mean. Right now, this is the page we are working on. This is the finished page. This is what we're working on. If I click on, if I don't select, you'd see we're getting an error here. Select product size to continue. Let's say I select large and I click on add to cart. We're getting a notification right here, right? That means the item has been added to cart. But there's no indication on our cart icon, and also this cart icon is not leading us to the cart page. So we need to work on that. So I'm going to open components in our navigation bar, where we have the carts. Okay, right here in the carts, in the navigation bar, before we do anything. Okay, we have our navigation here. Okay, so I just wanted to ensure that that is ready. Now in the carts icon, we're going to do something. So after the carts icon, we'll open our curly braces. Okay, but before that as well, at the top here, we need to extract some functions and state variable from our shop context. Okay, so that we can make use of it here. So part of this function is the get cat count function. That is to get the quantity of items that we have, and also the set cat items function. Okay, so use context. Come on, use context. Shop context. Okay, so we need to import use context as well. Import use context from React. Alright, so now back to what we're doing. In this curly braces, we're going to call our getCatCounts function, and then we'll ensure that it is greater than 0. There must be something in the item in the cat before anything. If there's something in the cat, then we'll have a span tag, and this span tag would call that same getCatCount function to display the number of items that we have in our carts. So let's just style it quickly. Position will be absolute, top will be set to 1, right will be set to 1 as well, display will be flex, height will be 5, the width will be 5 as well, item center, justify center, rounded full, the background will be set to black, the text color will take 10 pixels, the font will be bold, text color would be white, then we'll set the ring to 2, and the ring color would be white as well. Okay, and also, so now we have the get cart count, right? So let's try to add an item to cart. There is an error. Okay, this use context is bringing an error, so let's fix that at the top here. So I'm going to cut this now, Ctrl X, and then, oh wow, we had it here, use context, so I must have missed it while scrolling. Okay, apologies on that. So let's head back. Let me view this item and then add it to cart. You can see right here that we're seeing the count. Okay, let me add another item here, view the details, set the size to small, add it. You can see here that we have 2 items in the cart. Alright, so that means this is working perfectly well. Okay, so back to our code. We need to ensure that once you click on the cart icon, it leads us to the cart page. Okay, so for that to happen, in this button here, I would use an on-click and then call the undo navigation so that it navigates us to the cart page. As simple as that. So if I click on this now, it's going to lead me to the cart page. Okay, and now we're seeing nothing in the cart, but we have 2 items here. So let's check what the issue is. So I'm going to close navigation and I'm going to open carts and see where the problem is coming from. So let's reload and let's see, because I have checked. Let's select the size, add to cart. Okay, so this is working now. You can see that this item has been added to cart, right? So if I increase the quantity of that item, you can see it becomes 2, it becomes 3, it becomes 4, right? So let us style our cart page so it's going to make sense. So we'll set padding top of this to 24, padding bottom to 20, padding on next will be 6, max width will take 7XL, and margin on X will be set to auto. Then we have this header here, display will be flex, items at the center, gap of 4, and then we'll set margin bottom to 10. Alright, then we have an H1 tag here, text to be 4XL, font to be set to black, tracking tighter, text color will be set to gray, 900, text transform to uppercase, and it should be in italic. Then for this span tag, text color should be orange, 500. Now we have this div tag here. The height would take 1 pixels, display would be flexed, background color would be gray, 100. Then we have the cart items. We'll set the space on Y to be 0. Now for individual cart, padding on Y will be set to 6, border bottom, border color would be gray, 100, display will be flex direction will be colon, items at the center, we'll set gap of 6 and then it will be in group. Then to the product info, display will be flex will be set to 1, items start, gap of 6, width will be set to full. Then we have this div tag here. The width of the image will be 24, the height will be set to 32, flex shrink 0, background color of gray 50, border radius of 2XL, overflow will be hidden. Then to this image here, width will be full, height will be full, object cover. Then we have another div here. Display will be flex direction, colon, gap of 4, margin top of 2. Then we have no. This gap will be set to 1. Okay, that was a mistake. The text size of this will be set to large. Font will be bold. Text color would be gray, 900. Tracking tight, leading tight. Then we have a div tag here. Display will be flex, items, center, cap of 4, margin top of 2. Now the p tag here, text to be set to small, font black, text color would be gray, 900 as well. And next is the span tag that we have here. Padding on X will be 3, padding on Y will be set to 1, background color would be gray, 100, text color would be gray, 500. The text size would be 10 pixels, font bold, text transform to uppercase, then tracking would be set to widest, border radius of large. And now to the delete, the quantity group and delete. So display will be flex, items, center, justify between, width to be set to full, gap of 8, or gap of 16, yeah, gap of 16. Then we have another div tag here. Display is flex direction will be set to colon, items, center. The text size will be 10 pixels, font will be bold, transform to uppercase, tracking widest, Text color would be set to gray, 400, and then margin bottom will be 2. Then we have this input field here, so I'm just going to style it. So let's just add some spacing. So for this input field now, we'll set the width to 16. Padding on X will be 2. Padding on Y will be 2 as well. Border at the bottom. No, border will be set to 2. Then the border color would be gray, 100. Border radius will be XL. Text at the center. Font bold. Text will be small. Outline of none. Then on focus, border will be orange, 500. Then we'll add transition on the colors. Okay, next is this button here. Now for this button, padding will be set to 3. The text color will be gray, 300. Rounded, full. And then when you hover on it, the color, no, the background should be red, 50. Yeah, also when you hover, the text color should be red, 500. Okay, so this is what we have now. We can increase, we can delete, we can increase. If I click on delete now, that item has been deleted. Okay, so the only thing left in this cart page is, so I added the size as well, size of the icon. The only thing left in this cart page is our cart total, and we have the cart total in, okay, I didn't create that, so we'll create a new file here in our components for cart total.jsx refc. Oh, Control Z. Okay, so for our cart total now, we need to extract few things from our shop context, and the few things are the currency, the get cart amount. So use context from shop context. Now let us design the UI. We have a div tag. We'll start with the title section. This div here, it will take this text, cart total. After this div, we'll have another div. This other div will now have 2 divs. The first div tag will take 2 p tags. The first will take this text subtotal. The second will take currency and then get cart amount function. Then we would add .00 to it. So in between the 2 div tags, we're going to have an HR tags. Now for the second div tag, we'll have 2 p tags as well. Now in these 2 p tags, the first one will take shipping fee, and the second p tag, we are going to check if get cart amount equals to 0, then we'll use a backtick, we'll use $, the currency .000. Else you should display the currency and then currency of our delivery fee. Okay, for now we have not set the delivery fee, so we're going to set that delivery fee. So I'm just going to type delivery underscore fee. We're going to set delivery fee in our shop context so that we can make use of it. Okay, so after this div tag now, we're now going to have an HR tag. After this HR tag, we'll have another div tag. Inside this div tag, we'll have two bold tags. The first bold tag will take the total cost, while the second bold tag will take currency. Then get cart amount function would still have a card to ensure that it's not equals to 0. If it is not, then get cart amount plus delivery fee .00. Okay, so we need to set our delivery fee in our context. So right here, we're going to have const delivery underscore fee will be equals to, okay, we have delivery fee here already. I actually forgot. So we're just going to add it to the values that is already been added. So let me just import the delivery fee here. Delivery fee has been added here. Okay. All right. So now we're going to style this before we use it in our cart page. Okay. I'll set the width to full. Space on Y will be set to 6. Then for the title, I'll set the text to 2XL. Then this div tag here, display will be flex direction will be colon, gap will be set to 3. Then we have another div here, flex justify between item center, padding on Y will be set to 1. Then we have a p tag here, text would be gray, 500, text will be set to small, font will be medium, uppercase, tracking widest. Then for the other p tag, text will be gray, 900, font will be bold. We have an HR tag here, border will be set to gray, 100. Then we have here, display will be flex, justify between item center, padding on Y will be set to 1. Then we have a p tag here, text color, we'll set it to gray, 500. Text will be set to small, font medium, transform to uppercase, tracking, we'll set that to widest. And for this other p tag, text color would be gray, 900, font will be bold as well. And here, this HR tag, border will be gray, 900, and then the border height will take 1.5 pixels. Then we have a p tag here, display will be flex, justify between item center, padding top of 2. Then right here, I'm going to use the same styling that is here. For this here, class name. Okay, the only thing that I would add is the fonts. I want it to be italic, and then the color, this would be 900. And this other one here, text will be 2XL, font will be set to black, text color would be set to orange, 600, tracking, title. Okay, so this is our cart total. We're going to mount it in our cart page. So after this div, before the final closing tag, we're going to create the checkout section. Now in this checkout section, we'll have a div tag, we'll have another div tag, and also another one. Then we'll have an h2 tag here, that will display order summary, and here we'll mark our cart total. We'll close this. After this div, we'll now have button, proceed to checkout, and this button here would navigate us to the order page. Okay, so let us style. So here class name display will be flex, justify, and margin top of 16. For this other div as well, width will be full, background color would be gray, 50 of 50, rounded will be set to 2.5 rem, padding of 8, we'll have a border, then border color of gray, 100. Then for this div here, margin bottom of 6, then we have an h2 tag here. The text size will be XL, font will be bold, tracking type, text color of gray, 900, margin bottom of what, 6. Okay, now this cart total, we need to import it. So import cart total from /component/cart total. So this is what the cart section is going to look like. So now let us add items to cart. I'm going to add this item here. Go to women's category. I would add